to Sleepy Facts with Justin. Tonight, we are going to drift together through one of the most profound, most mysterious, and most universal experiences known to every living creature on this earth. Sleep. You have done it every night of your life. You have surrendered to it, been refreshed by it, sometimes been denied it, and perhaps right now, in this very moment, you are beginning to feel its gentle pull again, and that is exactly why you are here. That is exactly what this night is for. So let yourself settle. Let your body grow heavy and soft. Let the weight of the day begin to lift from your shoulders, from your chest, from your eyes. There is nothing you need to do right now. There is nowhere you need to be. The world outside can wait. For the next several hours, this is your place of rest, and you are safe here, completely and utterly safe. My name is Justin, and tonight I am going to take you on a long, slow, wonderfully meandering journey through the history and science of sleep. We are going to travel back through thousands of years of human experience, through ancient temples and candlelit libraries, through the notebooks of curious scientists and the dreams of philosophers who spent their lives wondering about the very thing you are about to do. And we will move slowly. There is no hurry here. Every word is meant to carry you gently downward, like a leaf settling on still water. You do not need to remember any of this. You do not need to take notes or stay focused. In fact, if your mind begins to wander, if the words start to blur at the edges and become more like the sound of a quiet stream than a voice telling you things, that is not a failure. That is the whole point. You are allowed to let go. Sleep has been a mystery to human beings for as long as we have been human. The earliest people who walked this earth, who looked up at the stars from the mouths of caves, who gathered around small fires as the darkness deepened, they felt its approach just as you do now. That heaviness in the limbs, that softening behind the eyes, that gradual loosening of the thoughts that tie us to the waking world. They did not know what it was. They could not explain it, and so they did what human beings have always done when faced with something beautiful and unexplainable. They gave it a name. They gave it a story. They gave it a god. Over the thousands of years that followed, the story of sleep became richer and stranger and more fascinating with each passing century. Ancient Egyptians built entire temples devoted to the sacred act of dreaming. Greek philosophers sat in sunlit gardens and debated what sleep really was and where the soul went during those long, dark hours. Roman poets wrote about the god of sleep as a gentle figure who wandered through the night, scattering rest upon the world like seeds on a soft wind. And then, slowly, over centuries and centuries, something began to change. Human beings started to ask not just who governs sleep, but how it actually works. They began to measure it, observe it, and eventually peer inside the sleeping brain itself. What they found was more astonishing than anything the ancient myths had imagined. The sleeping brain, it turns out, is not resting at all. It is working. It is remembering. It is repairing. It is dreaming in colors and textures and emotions that vanish like morning fog the moment we open our eyes. It is washing itself clean of the debris of the day, strengthening the memories that matter, releasing the ones that do not, and rebuilding the body from the inside out. Sleep, science has now shown us, is not a passive absence of waking. It is a deeply active, enormously complex, and absolutely essential process. Without it, we begin to fall apart, slowly at first, and then all at once. With enough of it, we are restored, renewed, made ready once again for another day of being alive. Tonight, across the long, quiet hours ahead, we are going to explore all of this gently and unhurriedly. We will begin in the ancient world, in the river valleys of Mesopotamia and the desert temples of Egypt, where sleep was first understood as something sacred. We will walk through the golden age of Greek philosophy, where some of the greatest minds who ever lived turned their attention to the riddle of the resting body. We will move through the Middle Ages, when monks divided the night into careful segments for prayer and contemplation, and when ordinary people slept in patterns that would seem strange and beautiful to us today. We will step into the age age of scientific revolution, when the first instruments began to measure what had always before been invisible. And we will arrive in time at the astonishing discoveries of the 20th century, when researchers in quiet laboratories, watching over sleeping volunteers in the deep hours of the night, discovered the stages of sleep, the cycle of dreaming, and the hidden architecture of the resting mind. We will learn about the circadian clock ticking away inside every cell of your body, the glymphatic system gently flushing the brain clean as you sleep, and the extraordinary diversity of sleep across the animal kingdom, from dolphins who sleep with one eye open to birds who can doze while soaring on warm air currents high above the earth. And through all of it, through every story and every discovery, the most important thing to remember is this: what you are doing right now, or what you are about to do, is one of the most ancient, most healing, most deeply human things there is. You are going to sleep, and that is something wonderful. So let us begin our journey together, soft and slow, at the very beginning. Let us go back to a time before electricity, before science, before the written word had even found its shape. Let us go back to the first moment a human being lay down beneath an open sky, felt the darkness settle around them like a blanket, and surrendered trustingly to the mystery of sleep. The night is long and peaceful. There is nothing to do but rest and listen. Every breath you take is slower than the last. Every word I speak is another step down into the quiet deep. You are safe. You are still. And the story is just beginning. Long before there were scientists or laboratories, long before anyone had ever heard the word neuroscience or studied the architecture of the resting brain, human beings slept. They slept just as you are sleeping now, or just as you are beginning to sleep, surrendering to the same deep pull that has drawn every human who has ever lived down into the soft darkness of the night. And from the very beginning, they wondered about it. Imagine, if you can, the earliest human beings, not in cities or towns, not surrounded by walls or electric light, but out in the open air, beneath an enormous sky densely crowded with stars. The fire is burning low. The sounds of the day, the movement, the activity, the noise, are fading away. And one by one, the members of the group are closing their eyes, their breathing slowing, their bodies growing heavy and still. They are going somewhere, but where? This question, simple and profound, has been at the heart of human curiosity about sleep for as long as we have had the capacity to be curious at all. Where do we go when we sleep? What is happening to us, and why, if we resist it long enough, does the body simply insist, with a kind of gentle but absolute authority, that it must happen? Our earliest ancestors slept on the ground, on beds made of grass and leaves, sometimes lined with animal hides for warmth. Archaeological evidence suggests that prehistoric humans crafted sleeping places deliberately, gathering soft plant material, sometimes scattering fragrant herbs to repel insects, creating a small sanctuary within the larger wilderness of the world. These early beds were compact and rounded, which suggests that the people who slept in them curled into themselves, the way a child still curls today, knees drawn up, arms folded inward, the body instinctively seeking the posture of safety and warmth. They slept when it grew dark and rose when the sun came back. Their rhythms were tied directly to the movement of light across the sky, something ancient and biological. A pattern written into the body long before writing itself was invented. Research into contemporary hunter-gatherer communities who live in ways that still echo the deep past has found that people in these groups typically fall asleep a little over 3 hours after sunset and wake before dawn. They sleep soundly and consistently, and remarkably, the concept of insomnia, that familiar modern torment of lying awake and unable to rest, appears to be essentially unknown among them. There is no word for it in their languages. Sleep for them simply comes. But even for these earliest of people, sleep was not merely a physical event. It was something more, something strange and charged with meaning, because sleep brought dreams, and dreams brought visions of people who were absent, people who had died, scenes from places never visited, messages that seemed to arrive from somewhere beyond the ordinary waking world, to a mind that had no scientific framework for understanding any of this. The conclusion was almost inevitable. Sleep was a doorway, a threshold between the human world and something larger, something invisible, something sacred. This belief that sleep opens a passage to the divine appears in the oldest written records humanity has left behind. The ancient Sumerians and Babylonians of Mesopotamia, among the first civilizations to develop writing, believed that during sleep the soul could wander free of the body and enter a realm where the gods communicated directly with human beings. Dreams were not random. They were messages. They carried warnings, prophecies, guidance. To dream was to receive a transmission from a higher power, and to interpret that dream correctly was a skill, a gift, and sometimes an art form practiced by specially trained priests and scholars. The great epic of Gilgamesh, one of the oldest pieces of literature in human history, is woven through with dreams. Gilgamesh himself dreams powerful and terrible visions that his mother, the goddess Ninsun, must interpret for him. Sleep in this ancient story is not a simple rest from the labors of the day. It is a place where fate is revealed, where the gods whisper their intentions, where the hero learns what is coming before it arrives. The sleeping mind in the Mesopotamian imagination was a mind briefly freed from the limitations of the waking world and admitted into a larger, deeper reality. In ancient Egypt, this sense of sleep as sacred took on an even more elaborate and beautiful form. The Egyptians believed that the head was the seat of the life force, and that during sleep, the spirit, the part of the soul they called the Ba, could leave the body and travel in other realms. This was not frightening. It was a gift. It was a form of communion with the divine that the waking state could not offer. And so sleep was treated with enormous reverence. It was prepared for with care and ceremony. The position of the sleeping body mattered. The orientation of the bed mattered. Even the material of the headrest, that elegant curved support the Egyptians used instead of a pillow was chosen with spiritual intention. And then there were the temples scattered across the ancient Egyptian landscape, and later across the ancient Greek world as well, were places known as sleep temples or dream temples. These were sanctuaries devoted entirely to the practice of healing through sacred sleep. If you were ill or troubled or faced with a great decision you did not know how to make, you might undertake a journey to one of these places. You would purify yourself, fasting, bathing in sacred water, quieting your mind through meditation and prayer. Priests would guide you through rituals of preparation, softening the boundary between your ordinary waking consciousness and the deeper state that sleep could bring. And then you would lie down in a specially prepared chamber in the quiet and the dark, and you would wait for the dream that would heal you. The Egyptian sleep temples were dedicated to Imhotep, a remarkable figure who served as both high priest and physician, and who was regarded in later centuries as a god of healing in his own right. The dream temples of ancient Greece were called Asclepia, named for Asclepios, the god of medicine, and they were places of genuine therapeutic practice. Patients traveled to these temples from great distances. They brought offerings. They followed elaborate protocols of purification and prayer. And when the healing dream came, a priest would sit with the dreamer and interpret its symbols and images, offering guidance about what must be done to restore balance and health. What is remarkable about these sleep temples is not simply that they existed, but that they endured. They were in use for thousands of years. Century after century, generation after generation, people continued to seek them out, to follow their rituals, and to report that the dreams they received there had helped them. There are stone inscriptions surviving to this day, in which grateful visitors recorded the visions they had experienced and the healings that followed. These are among the earliest written testimonies to the power of sleep, and they speak with a clarity and a conviction that reaches across the centuries. Without difficulty, we might smile from our position of scientific understanding at the The idea that a dream sent by a god could cure an illness. But there is something worth pausing over here. These temples were, in their way, extraordinarily sophisticated. They understood that the mind and the body are deeply connected. They understood that a state of deep rest, combined with focused intention, powerful symbol, and the quiet authority of ritual, could produce real changes in how a person felt, thought, and healed. Modern science would eventually confirm, through entirely different methods, that sleep truly is one of the most powerful restorative forces available to the human body. The ancients did not know the mechanisms, but they knew the truth, and so they built their temples on quiet hillsides and in sacred groves near the sound of water, away from the noise of the town. They lit their oil lamps and burned their aromatic herbs. They laid out their sleeping chambers with soft coverings and careful attention. They created, in other words, the conditions that we still instinctively seek when we are trying to rest. Quietness, softness, warmth, the sense of being held in a space that is set apart from ordinary life. They knew what you know right now as your own body settles and your breathing deepens. They knew that sleep is not nothing. It is something old and generous and necessary. Something that asks only one thing of us in return for everything it gives. Let go. Simply let go. The way those ancient dreamers let go in their fragrant stone chambers, in the candlelit quiet of a world that still believed in gods of sleep, the way every human being who has ever lived has let go at the end of the day and trusted the darkness to hold them gently until morning. The night is long. The story continues, and you are doing so beautifully. There is a cave somewhere beyond the edges of the waking world where the light has never reached. It lies deep in the earth, far from the noise of cities and the brightness of the sun. A river flows through it, soft and dark, and along its banks grow poppies in great drifts, nodding their heavy heads in a stillness that has no name. The walls of this cave are draped in quiet. The air inside is cool and sweet, and And if you were to lie down there beside that slow, dark river, beneath those gently swaying flowers, you would find, almost without trying, that your eyes were growing heavy, that your thoughts were loosening, that the world was becoming very soft and very far away. This is the home of Hypnos. The ancient Greeks imagined him living there in that beautiful underground darkness, and the image they created is one of the most peaceful in all of mythology. Hypnos was not a frightening god. He was not powerful in the way that Zeus was powerful, not fierce or commanding or prone to anger. He was something rarer and in many ways more extraordinary. He was gentle. He was kind. He was the God who came to you at the end of the day and laid his hands upon your shoulders and said quietly and with absolute certainty that it was time to rest. His name in the ancient Greek language simply meant sleep, not the god of sleep, not the ruler of sleep, but sleep itself, walking in the world in the form of a young man, with wings growing from his shoulders or from his brow. He was the personification of something so universal that the Greeks felt it must have a face, a name, a home, a story. Because things that touch every human life, things that arrive without fail every single night and carry us away from ourselves, those things feel, when you sit quietly with them, like more than mere biology. They feel like presence. They feel like something that knows you. Hypnos was the son of Nyx, the primordial goddess of night, and her consort Erebus, the god of deep darkness. His mother, Nyx, was one of the oldest forces in the Greek universe, born from the very first chaos before the world had taken its shape. She was not simply the absence of light. She was something active and ancient and vast. Even Zeus, king of the gods, is said in some ancient texts to have been unwilling to anger her. And from this great mother of the night came Hypnos, her son, rising into the sky each evening in her train, moving softly through the darkness to touch the eyes of gods and mortals alike. His twin brother was Thanatos, the god of peaceful death. The two of them lived side by side in that underground cave. Two brothers born together from the same divine mother, representing the two experiences that every human being eventually knows: sleep and death. The Greeks understood, with a kind of quiet wisdom, that these two things are related. Not the same, of course, but neighboring. Both involve a surrender of consciousness. Both require the letting go of the everyday self. In sleep, we practice, gently and temporarily, the release that death will one day ask of us completely. The Greeks found comfort in this connection, not dread. Hypnos was not a dark god. He was a merciful one. His brother Thanatos, too, was often depicted not as a terror, but as a beautiful and serene figure, carrying the souls of the departed with care. Together, they appear in one of the most moving images in all of ancient art, in a famous painting on a Greek vase. Hypnos and Thanatos are shown carrying the body of Sarpedon, a hero of the Trojan War and son of Zeus himself, back to his homeland after his death in battle. Zeus looked down from Olympus and wept as they bore his son away. And the two brothers, Sleep and Death, carried the fallen hero across the dark sky with a tenderness that speaks across the thousands of years since the image was made. It speaks of the way the Greeks understood the night as a place not of terror, but of care, of the way they imagined the darkness as something that holds us, not something that threatens us. Hypnos himself appears in several of the great myths, always in his own distinctive way. He does not fight. He does not storm. He does not arrive with thunder. He arrives with a branch dripping water from the river Lethe, the river of forgetfulness, and he touches someone with it, and they sleep. He carries a horn filled with a fluid that brings dreams. He moves through the world like a whisper, like the feeling of heaviness in the eyelids just before the moment of falling. He is the most everyday of gods in some ways, the one whose influence you feel personally, privately, every single night of your life. And yet, he is also capable of extraordinary power. In the great story of the Trojan War, the goddess Hera wished to interfere in the battle without Zeus noticing. She came to Hypnos and asked him to put the king of the gods to sleep. Hypnos was afraid. He had done this once before on Hera's behalf. And when Zeus had awakened, he had been furious, searching the skies for the god of sleep with a terrible rage. Hypnos had hidden with his mother Nyx, and even Zeus would not pursue him there. But now Hera was asking again. She made him a promise. She offered him Pasithea, one of the youngest and most beautiful of the Graces, the goddess of relaxation and hallucination, as his wife. And Hypnos, who had long loved Pasithea from a distance, agreed. He flew to where Zeus lay resting, and he breathed upon him, and the king of the gods fell into a deep and dreamless sleep. The battle turned, and Hypnos slipped away quietly into the night, as he always does, leaving no trace of his passage except the stillness he left behind. This story tells us something important about how the ancient Greeks understood sleep. It was not something that could be resisted forever, not even by the mightiest of gods. Sleep would come. It would always come. And when it did, even the most powerful being in existence was subject to its gentle authority. There is something deeply reassuring about this. Sleep is democratic in a way that almost nothing else in life is. It comes for everyone. It asks the same surrender from the great and the humble alike. The Romans inherited Hypnos and gave him a new name, Somnus. His cave moved in the Roman imagination to the land of the Cimmerians, a people who lived, according to ancient accounts, in a place of perpetual mist and shadow, where the sun never rose or set, where time moved differently, where the boundary between sleep and waking was almost impossible to find. Through this cave flowed the waters of the river Lethe, the river of forgetfulness, and the sound of the water was itself a kind of sleep-inducing music. Poppies grew in great profusion at the cave's entrance. The air was thick with a sweet drowsiness. To approach the cave of Somnus was already, in itself, to begin to feel the approach of rest. The Roman poet Ovid described the cave of Somnus in his great work, The Metamorphoses, with a vividness that still produces in the reader, even today, a peculiar pleasant drowsiness. He wrote of the utter silence of the place, a silence so complete that even the river made no sound as it moved. He wrote of the soft and yielding ground, covered in dark plants, and of the absolute absence of light, a darkness that was not empty but full. The way a feather bed is full, softly and generously, it is one of the most beautifully sleepy passages in all of ancient literature, and it was written nearly 2,000 years ago by a man who understood, with a poet's precision, exactly what sleep feels like from the inside. And then there were the children of sleep. Hypnos and Somnus were not alone in their divine family. They were attended by the Waniroi, the spirits of dreams, who in some traditions were the brothers of Hypnos, and in others were his sons. Among them, the most famous, the most powerfully imagined, was Morpheus. His name came from the Greek word for form or shape, because Morpheus was the one who gave dreams their content, who shaped the figures that moved through the sleeping mind. He could take any human form, appear in dreams as any person, speak with any voice, inhabit any face. Morpheus was the one who brought the messages of the gods to sleeping mortals. If Zeus needed to communicate something urgent to a human being, he would send Morpheus into their dream with the information. Morpheus would become a trusted friend, a beloved relative, a wise elder, and speak the divine message through that borrowed face. The dreamer would wake with the sense that something important had been communicated, something true and essential, even if the details were already dissolving in the light of morning. His brothers among the dream spirits were Phobter, who sent frightening dreams, and Phantasos, who filled dreams with strange and impossible images, landscapes that could not exist, forms that defied nature, the surreal and shifting scenery that we ourselves still encounter when we dream. Together, they made up the whole of the dream experience, the meaningful, the terrifying, and the strange. The Greeks and Romans lived with these gods as real presences, or at least as real enough. They prayed to Hypnos for restful sleep. They made offerings at his shrines. They asked Morpheus for clarity in their dreaming, and for the wisdom to understand the messages that arrived in the night. And in doing so, they were acknowledging something true, something that science has since confirmed in its own way. The sleeping mind is doing something important and complex and irreducibly mysterious. The ancient world gave that mystery a face, and the face it gave was gentle and winged and kind. So let the thought of that cave rest with you now. That quiet underground place where the river runs dark and silent, and the poppies nod in the still air. Let Hypnos find you here, the way he has found every sleeping human being since the beginning of the world, with soft hands and quiet wings, and no intention but your rest. You are doing so well. The night is yours, and you are held. There is something quietly extraordinary about the moment when a human being looks at something they have always simply accepted and asks, for the first time, how it actually works. For thousands of years, sleep had been sacred. It had been the province of gods and priests, of dream temples and divine messengers, of mythology and ritual. It belonged to the night sky and the realm of the unseen. And then, slowly, in a small corner of the ancient Greek world, something shifted. A handful of remarkable men and women began to look at the sleeping body, not as a vessel for divine visitation, but as a physical object governed by physical laws, and therefore, in principle, understandable. This shift did not happen all at once. It was tentative and gradual, and often wrong in its conclusions. But it was the beginning of something that would eventually lead, across 2,500 years of patient inquiry, to everything we now know about the sleeping brain. It began, as so many things in the history of human thought began, in ancient Greece. The city of Croton, in what is now the south of Italy, was a Greek colony on the coast of the Ionian Sea in the 6th century before the Common Era. It was home to a remarkable community of thinkers and scholars, physicians and philosophers who were interested in the natural world in a way that was beginning to distinguish itself from purely religious explanation. Among them was a man named Alcmaeon, Alcmaeon. Alcmaeon was a physician and philosopher, and he was, by the standards of his time, extraordinarily bold in his ideas. While most of his contemporaries believed that the heart was the seat of thought and sensation, the warm and beating center of the body's intelligence, Alcmaeon argued something different. He argued that the brain was where sensation and thought resided, that the brain, not the heart, was the organ through which we perceive and understand the world. This was a revolutionary idea, and one that the medical and scientific tradition would eventually confirm, though it would take many more centuries to do so. And when Alcmaeon turned his attention to sleep, he brought the same careful bodily thinking to bear. His theory was elegant in its simplicity. Sleep, he proposed, was caused by the withdrawal of blood from the surface of the body into the larger blood vessels deeper inside. As the blood retreated inward, away from the skin and the extremities, away from the surface of awareness, so to speak, consciousness dimmed. The body grew heavy and still. Wakefulness faded, and then, as the blood gradually returned to the surface through the night, the sleeper would begin to rouse again, until finally the blood had fully circulated back, and the person was awake once more. If the blood withdrew entirely and permanently, Alcmaeon added, with a quiet matter-of-factness, death would follow. Sleep and death were neighbors, just as the mythologists had understood, but now the neighbor relationship was described not in terms of twin gods living in a cave beside a dark river, but in terms of blood and vessels, and the movement of the body's vital fluid. The poetry had become physiology. The story had become, tentatively and imperfectly, science. Hippocrates, the great physician of the island of Kos, who lived a generation or two after Alcmaeon, and whose name we still associate with the oath that physicians take today, added his own refinement to this theory. He agreed that blood shifted during sleep, but he placed the emphasis differently. For Hippocrates, sleep came when the blood retreated from the limbs and the outer body and gathered in the abdomen, warming there, drawn by the heat of digestion. the process of processing food, the warming and transformation happening in the belly, pulled the blood inward and downward. And this movement was what brought on the heaviness of drowsiness and the approach of sleep. This idea that eating is connected to sleepiness is one that virtually everyone has experienced for themselves. The heavy, comfortable drowsiness that settles over you after a warm meal on a quiet afternoon, the way the body, having taken in nourishment, seems to turn its attention inward to the work of sustaining itself and becomes less interested for a while in the outer world. Hippocrates had observed something real. He had found a genuine connection. His explanation of the mechanism was not correct, but his observation was sound, and his willingness to look for a physical cause rather than a divine one was a step, small but meaningful, in the direction of understanding. And then came Aristotle. Aristotle was born in 384 before the Common Era in the city of Stagira in northern Greece. He was the student of Plato, who had been the student of Socrates, and he became one of the most prolific and wide-ranging thinkers the world has ever produced. He wrote about logic and ethics, about politics and poetry, about the nature of the cosmos and the habits of animals. He wrote about friendship and memory and the good life, and among his many short scientific treatises, there is one devoted entirely to sleep. It is called On Sleep and Sleeplessness, and it is a remarkable document, not because it is correct in all its conclusions, because it is not, but because of the seriousness and the methodical care with which Aristotle approaches his subject. He begins, as he always does, by asking the most fundamental question first. What are sleep and waking? What kind of thing are they? Do they belong to the body, to the soul, or to both together? His answer is that they belong to both. Sleep and waking, he argues, are not purely physical events, but they are not purely mental ones either. They are states of the whole living creature, the body and soul considered together, which is why you cannot simply think your way out of sleep when you are truly exhausted, and why the body's condition, its temperature, and its nourishment and its health affects so profoundly the quality of the mind's rest. Aristotle identified what he called the primary sense organ, a central faculty of sensation that he located in the region of the heart as the part of us that sleeps and wakes. When this primary faculty is seized by sleep, he wrote, the whole animal sleeps, because everything else in the animal depends upon it. And the cause of this seizure, in Aristotle's account, is something that arises from digestion. When we eat, the warmth in the body rises upward, carrying with it the vapors of digested food all the way to the head. There they cool and condense, and the accumulated heaviness presses down, forcing the warmth back downward toward the heart. And this reversal, this downward flow of warmth and vapor, produces the heaviness of the eyelids, the loosening of the limbs, and the gradual withdrawal of the senses from the outer world that we call falling asleep. It is not correct, in the terms of modern physiology. The mechanisms Aristotle describes are not the mechanisms that sleep science has since uncovered. But what is striking is the underlying intuition. Aristotle understood that sleep is the result of something happening in the body, that there is a process, a physical sequence of events that produces this state. He understood that the same part of us that is awake is the part that sleeps. He understood that sleep is necessary, that without it, the animal cannot sustain itself, and that its purpose is the conservation of the living creature. These are not trivial insights. They are, in their broad outline, correct, and they anticipate questions that sleep scientists are still exploring today. Plato, in his great dialogue, the Timaeus, also offered thoughts on sleep, connecting it to vision and to the dimming of the inner fire of perception, when the light inside the eye, which Plato believed was a literal fire, met the darkness of night and had no external light to mingle with. The eye closed and sleep came. This is a beautiful image, a fire that needs answering light to stay burning, and which simply dies down when the outer world goes dark. What all of these thinkers shared across their differences in detail was something genuinely important. They shared the conviction that sleep was a natural phenomenon, governed by natural laws, and that the human mind was capable of understanding it. They were not abandoning the gods. Most of them still lived in a world rich with divine presence and religious practice. But they were doing something alongside that, something careful and curious and observational that would eventually grow into the whole tradition of scientific inquiry. They sat with the mystery and they asked, how does this work? What is happening in the body? Where does the sensation go when we sleep? And how does it return? These are the same questions that laboratory researchers would ask thousands of years later, equipped with electrodes and brain scanners and computers capable of processing information at speeds these ancient thinkers could not have imagined. The questions are the same. The patience behind them is the same. And perhaps there is something peaceful in that. To think that across all the centuries, from the sunlit gardens of ancient Croton to the quiet sleep laboratories of the modern world, human beings have been sitting with this same beautiful mystery, turning it over in their hands, marveling at it, trying to understand it, the mystery of the thing that is happening to you right now. What is sleep? What is this softening of the edges, this loosening of the day's tight weave, this slow descent into somewhere that is not here? The ancients asked, the philosophers debated, and you, right now, in your warm and heavy stillness, are living the answer to their questions, just as every sleeping creature has always lived it, without needing to understand it at all. Let the thoughts slow. Let the questions dissolve. There is nothing to figure out tonight. There is only the quiet and your breathing and the long, gentle dark. If you were to travel back in time, not to ancient Greece or the banks of the Nile, but to medieval Europe, to a small village somewhere in England or France or Germany, sometime in the 13th or 14th century of the Common Era. And if you were to observe how the people there slept, you would notice something that might surprise you, something that would feel at first quite strange. And then, the longer you thought about it, quite natural. They did not sleep the way we sleep. We sleep or we try to sleep in a single long stretch. 8 hours is the number we are given, the target we aim for, the measure by which we judge whether our night has been successful. We go to bed, we close our eyes, we aim for an unbroken passage through the dark, and we emerge, ideally, on the other side of it, refreshed and ready for the day. This is what we consider normal. This is what the whole modern architecture of sleep, its timing, its expectations, its anxieties, is built around. But for the people of medieval Europe, and indeed for much of the pre-industrial world across many centuries and many cultures, this single unified block of sleep was not the pattern. Their night was shaped differently. It was divided. It had a middle, and that middle was not something to be avoided or corrected. It was simply part of how the night was lived. Historians call it biphasic sleep or segmented sleep. The people who practiced it had simpler names. They called it the first sleep and the second sleep. And the pattern worked like this. As darkness fell and the working day ended, people would retire to bed relatively early by our standards, without electric light, without the blue glow of screens, without the 1,000 entertainments that hold our modern minds awake far past the point of tiredness. The darkness of a medieval evening was genuine and deep. When the fire died down and the candle was snuffed out, there was very little to do but sleep. And so people slept, falling deeply and readily into what we might recognize as their first sleep. This first sleep lasted roughly 3 to 4 hours. And then, somewhere in the deep middle of the night, around midnight or a little after, people would wake. Naturally, without alarm or distress, they would simply open their eyes in the darkness and lie there for a while, or rise and move about quietly in the flickering light of a candle or the embers of the fire. This waking interval lasted perhaps an hour, sometimes a little more, and what people did with it was various and interesting. Some prayed, which was especially important in a world where religious devotion was woven into the structure of every day and every night. Some spoke quietly with whoever shared their bed, their spouse, their children, a servant sleeping nearby. Some rose to attend to small tasks, to check on the animals, to use the privy, to drink some water. Some, according to historical accounts, simply lay awake in a state of quiet and pleasant reflection that has been described as resembling meditation, a soft and unhurried state of mind, somewhere between sleeping and waking, that people apparently found genuinely restful. The French physician Laurent Joubert, writing in the 16th century, even advised married couples that this interval between the first and second sleep was the best time for intimacy, because at that hour, he wrote, they have more enjoyment and do it better. This is a wonderfully matter-of-fact piece of medical advice, and it tells us something charming about how comfortably integrated this waking interval was into the ordinary texture of life. It was not an interruption. It was part of the night's natural rhythm, as expected and as welcome as any other part of the daily routine. And then the second sleep would come. People would settle back down, pull their coverings around themselves in the cold, and drift back into sleep again. This time often until dawn or just before it. The second sleep was said to be particularly sweet, particularly deep, the kind of rest that comes when the body has already had its first round of restoration and can now relax into something even more yielding and profound. The historical record for this pattern is rich and varied. The historian Roger Eckhart spent years combing through diaries, letters, medical texts, legal records, and literary works from across many centuries, and he found references to first sleep and second sleep in documents from every corner of the pre-industrial world, not just in England and France, but in Italy and Germany, in accounts from travelers to the Americas, in records from Africa and the Middle East. A French priest visiting Brazil in 1555 noted that the indigenous Tupinamba people ate during the night after their first sleep, then returned to rest. Travelers to the capital of Oman in the early 19th century reported that residents retired early, with their first sleep typically concluded before midnight. The pattern appears in literature too, woven naturally into texts where the author clearly expected the reader to understand exactly what was meant. Geoffrey Chaucer, in his Canterbury Tales, refers to a character waking from his first sleep in a way that requires no explanation and no footnote. It was simply something everyone knew. The pattern surfaces in Virgil and in Homer, in medieval romances, and in early modern diaries, in the rule of Saint Benedict, and in the writings of village physicians. It was, for a very long time, simply how nights were. The monasteries of medieval Europe lived the divided night with particular structure and formality. The rule of Saint Benedict, the great organizing document of Benedictine monastic life, written in the 6th century, specified that monks were to retire after the final prayer of the day, known as Compline, which fell in the early evening, and then rise again for the night prayer called vigils or matins, held at around 2 in the morning. After vigils, some Benedictine monks would remain awake, while other monastic traditions allowed a return to bed until the next canonical hour. The entire structure of monastic time was divided and rhythmic, a series of prayer times and work periods and rest periods interlocking through the 24 hours of the day in a pattern of extraordinary regularity. Medieval monks averaged roughly 5 hours of sleep between their evening prayers and the 2 in the morning church service. This was considered sufficient, partly because the theological tradition had some ambivalence about sleep, viewing too much of it as a form of sloth, a failure of spiritual discipline. Sleep was necessary, yes, but it was not to be indulged. The night was also for prayer and watchfulness, for the kind of alert, quiet attention that the monastic life required. The body rested. The soul kept its vigil. For ordinary people outside the monastery walls, the night was less structured, but still shaped by the same basic rhythm of the divided sleep. Beds in medieval households were not always the private, enclosed affairs we associate with sleep today. For most people, the sleeping arrangements were communal and practical. A family might share a single large bed for warmth, and servants might sleep on pallets on the floor or in the same room as their employers. Privacy in sleep is, historically speaking, a relatively recent luxury. For most of human history, sleep was a shared and social activity done in proximity to others, in rooms that held many bodies and many dreams. The beds themselves, when there were proper beds, were often designed to be slept in at an angle, with the sleeper propped somewhat upright on a bolster rather than lying fully flat. Various theories have been offered for this practice. Some historians suggest it was thought to prevent the fluids of the body from pooling dangerously in the head during sleep. Others suggest it was simply practical. Given the cold and drafty conditions of medieval buildings, where lying fully flat might have meant sleeping with your nose and ears exposed to the chill of an unheated room. Whatever the reason, the medieval sleeping posture was distinctly different from our own. The body held at an angle, half sitting, wrapped and bolstered, in a position that our own beds and pillows do not replicate. What ended the pattern of biphasic sleep? The answer, most historians agree, is artificial light. The coming of street lighting in European cities, the spreading availability of candles and oil lamps, and eventually the arrival of gas lighting, and then electric light, gradually shifted the entire architecture of the night. When light became available after dark, the evening expanded. People stayed awake later. The first sleep was delayed and compressed. Over time, the long gap between first and second sleep shortened, and eventually the two blended into one. By the 19th century, the idea of sleeping in two distinct phases was already fading from common practice. By the 20th century, it had been almost completely forgotten. It had not disappeared from biology, though. Studies conducted in the 1990s at the National Institute of Mental Health found that when research participants were removed from artificial light entirely, spending 14 hours of each day in darkness, their sleep spontaneously reorganized itself into two phases, separated by a quiet interval of calm wakefulness, lasting 1 to 2 hours. The subjects were not distressed by this interval. On the contrary, they described it as pleasant, a peaceful and meditative state in which the mind felt clear and still. The biology was still there, patient and unchanged, simply waiting for the conditions in which it had always naturally expressed itself. So if you find yourself tonight stirring briefly somewhere in the deep middle of the night, your eyes opening in the darkness, your mind quiet and soft and not particularly troubled, know that you are not broken, you are not failing at sleep. You are, in some sense, doing exactly what your ancestors did. For generation after generation, across the long pre-industrial centuries of human history, you are resting between your first sleep and your second sleep. You are living a rhythm as old as the species itself. Let that thought settle over you like a blanket. There is nothing wrong. The night knows what it is doing. Your body knows what it is doing. You have always known how to do this. Close your eyes again. The second sleep is waiting, soft and deep, just a few slow breaths away. Somewhere in the middle of the 17th century, the world began to think about itself differently. It happened gradually, and then all at once, the way most great changes in human understanding do. For centuries, the dominant way of explaining the natural world had blended observation with theology, philosophy with faith, the physical with the divine. The body was understood through ancient frameworks, through the 4 humors of Hippocrates, through the animal spirits of Galen, through ideas that had been passed down and refined and commented upon across more than 1,000 years. These were not foolish ideas. Many of them contained genuine insights, real observations about how the body behaved. But they were also, in important ways, resistant to challenge. They were woven so deeply into the fabric of learned culture that to question them required a particular kind of courage. In the 17th century, a generation of extraordinary thinkers began, in different ways and from different starting points, to question them. They began to insist that the natural world could only be properly understood through direct observation, through careful experiment, through the patient accumulation of evidence, and through a willingness to follow that evidence wherever it led, even if it led away from tradition and authority. This was the scientific revolution, and it changed everything, including, in time, the way we understand sleep. At the center of this transformation, casting a long philosophical shadow across much of what followed, stood a Frenchman named René Descartes. Descartes was born in 1596 in a small town in the Loire Valley of France. He was a mathematician, a philosopher, and a scientist in the broad and undivided sense that the 17th century still allowed. A man who thought seriously about geometry and optics and the nature of the mind and the workings of the body with what seems to us, from this distance, an almost inexhaustible intellectual energy. He was also, by his own account, a man who gave considerable personal attention to the matter of sleep. He believed that long hours of rest were essential to clear thinking, that the mind required the restoration of sleep to function well, and he reportedly stayed in bed until well past 10 in the morning for much of his adult life, thinking and meditating in the warmth of his blankets before rising to face the day. His philosophical contribution to the understanding of sleep rested on his larger theory of the relationship between the mind and the body. Descartes drew a sharp distinction between the thinking self, the mind or soul, which he understood as entirely immaterial, and the physical body, which he understood as a kind of machine, a very elegant and complex machine, but a machine nonetheless, governed by mechanical laws. The body was, in his view, a system of levers and pipes and fluids, operating according to principles not unlike those of the elaborate clockwork mechanisms that were among the technological marvels of his era. Sleep in this mechanistic framework was a state of the body machine, and the part of the body that Descartes believed was most central to sleep was a small, unpaired gland sitting at the very center of the brain, a tiny pinecone-shaped structure that we now call the pineal gland. Descartes elevated the pineal gland to position of extraordinary importance in his physiology. Most of the brain's structures came in pairs, one on the left and one on the right. But the pineal gland was singular, sitting alone at the center. This singleness mattered to Descartes. He believed it was the seat of the soul, the one place in the body where the immaterial mind made contact with the physical machine of the flesh. Through the pineal gland, the soul directed the flow of what Descartes called the animal spirits, a fine and subtle fluid that he imagined coursing through the hollow nerves of the body, carrying sensation inward and motion outward, animating the machine of flesh and bone. During waking, Descartes argued, the animal spirits flowed vigorously through the brain and body, keeping the fibers of the nerves taut and responsive, filling the ventricles of the brain and holding the pineal gland in a state of active readiness. But during sleep, the situation changed. The animal spirits became depleted, their flow slowing and diminishing, the fibers of the nerves going slack, the cavities of the brain emptying, the whole machine settling into a state of reduced activity that was the physical correlate of unconsciousness. The soul, deprived of its normal flow of sensory information, withdrew from its engagement with the outer world, and the body rested. This was, of course, wrong in its specific mechanisms. There are no animal spirits coursing through hollow nerves. The pineal gland is not the seat of the soul. But Descartes was doing something important in spite of his errors. He was insisting that sleep was a physical event, something that happened to the body according to physical principles, and that it could in principle be understood through the same kind of mechanical reasoning that he applied to everything else. The mystery of consciousness and sleep was, for Descartes, not a permanently impenetrable divine secret. It was a problem to be solved by the thinking mind. And there were real discoveries being made around him that pointed the way toward better understanding. In 1628, just a few years before Descartes published his major works, an English physician named William Harvey demonstrated something that would transform the life sciences entirely. Harvey showed, through painstaking experiment and careful reasoning, that the blood was not produced continuously by the liver and consumed by the body, as ancient medical theory had held. Instead, the blood circulated. It was pumped by the heart in a continuous loop through the arteries and veins, returning again and again to the heart to be pumped out once more. This was the discovery of the circulation of the blood, and it remade every theory that depended on how the body's fluid moved. Harvey's discovery reshuffled the older sleep theories too. If blood circulated rather than flowing one way and being consumed, then the idea that sleep was caused simply by blood draining to the interior of the body needed to be reconsidered. The picture was more dynamic and more complex than the ancients had understood. But the investigation was still young, the instruments still primitive, and the sleeping brain still almost entirely opaque to human investigation. In 1670, the English physician Thomas Willis, who was the greatest neuroanatomist of his age, turned his attention to sleep and dreams in his great work on the anatomy of the brain. Willis agreed with Descartes that animal spirits were involved, but he located their important activity differently. He believed that during waking hours, the animal spirits were gathered in the cerebrum, the large upper portion of the brain, which was responsible for conscious thought and sensation. During sleep, he argued, the animal spirits retreated from the cerebrum into the cerebellum, the smaller structure at the back of the brain, which maintained the body's vital functions even during unconsciousness. Dreams occurred, in Willis's account, when some of the animal spirits escaped from their sleep-time refuge in the cerebellum and wandered back into the cerebrum, briefly illuminating parts of it and producing the fleeting images and sensations of the dreaming mind. Again, incorrect in its specifics, but reaching toward something real. The idea that different parts of the brain might be involved in different aspects of sleep and dreaming, that the dreaming mind was not simply a random accident, but had an anatomical basis, was a genuine advance in thinking, even if the anatomical picture was not yet right. Then, as the 17th century gave way to the 18th, a quieter and less immediately dramatic discovery was made. One that would eventually grow into one of the most important concepts in all of sleep science. In 1729, a French astronomer and geophysicist named Jean-Jacques Dortus de Marin was observing the behavior of a heliotrope plant, a plant that opens its leaves toward the sun during the day and closes them at night. He was curious about whether this behavior was simply a response to light, a direct mechanical reaction to the presence or absence of the sun. So he placed the plant in a darkened box where no light could reach it, and the plant continued to open and close its leaves on schedule. In darkness, with no sunlight to respond to, the heliotrope still tracked the rhythm of the day, as if it could sense the turning of the earth itself. De Marin had stumbled upon something profound, the first experimental evidence for what we would eventually come to call the biological clock. The living organism, it seemed, did not simply react to its environment. It carried a rhythm inside itself. It had an internal sense of time that persisted even when the external cues were removed. De Marin reported his finding, and then, characteristically for the era, did not pursue it further. It sat, a quiet and underappreciated observation, at the edge of the scientific conversation for another 2 centuries, until the tools and concepts required to understand its full significance had been developed, but the seed had been planted. The circadian clock had been glimpsed for the first time in a darkened box holding a small plant that stubbornly kept its own time. And so, the scientific revolution left sleep at a curious threshold. It had dismantled the purely divine understanding of sleep without yet replacing it with a full scientific one. It had introduced the idea of the body as a machine, had begun to map the anatomy of the brain, had discovered the circulation of the blood, and had caught the first glimpse of the biological clock. It had asked the right questions with new urgency and new confidence. But the answers were still hiding in the dark, patient as the night itself, waiting for the instruments and the imagination that would eventually reveal them. The story was well underway. The candles of curiosity had been lit, and the long, slow illumination of the sleeping brain had begun. Rest now in that thought. The world turning, the curious minds of centuries past bending over their papers and their instruments in the candlelight, trying to understand the very thing that is happening to you in this moment. Their patient wondering is a kind of gift passed forward through the centuries to the science that watches over you now, that knows what your resting brain is doing even as you drift. You are in good hands. You always have been. The 19th century was a century of extraordinary restlessness. Across Europe and America, the world was transforming itself at a pace that no previous generation had experienced. Factories were rising from green fields. Steam engines were pulling trains across landscapes that had known nothing faster than a horse. Cities were swelling with people who had come from the countryside looking for work. And those people were working long hours in the new industrial rhythm. A rhythm measured not by sunrise and sunset, but by the factory whistle and the clock on the wall. The night, increasingly lit by gas lamps in the streets and oil lamps in the homes, was no longer quite the impenetrable darkness it had always been. The old segmented sleep was quietly disappearing, pressed flat by the demands of the industrial schedule and the spreading glow of artificial light. And yet, in the quieter rooms of laboratories and medical schools and private studies, a different kind of transformation was underway. Scientists were beginning to look at sleep with new eyes, new instruments, and a new determination to understand it not as a philosophical abstraction or a divine mystery, but as a physiological event, something that happened in the body according to principles that could, in principle, be measured and explained. The difficulty was that sleep was unlike other physiological functions. The heart beat, and you could feel and count its beats. The lungs expanded and contracted, and you could see them do so. Blood moved through vessels that could be traced and mapped. But sleep could not be attributed to a single organ in the same way. It was a state of the whole organism, a condition that descended over everything at once and lifted from everything at once, and it left almost no trace of its passage that the instruments of the early 19th century could reliably detect. Sleep became a subject of scientific research, cautiously and incrementally, in the second half of that century. And the first threads that researchers pulled at were the ones they could already see: temperature, blood flow, the chemistry of fatigue. These were the accessible edges of the mystery, the places where the physiological machinery of sleep was just visible enough to be measured. In 1845, a British physician named John Davy turned his attention to one of these edges. Davy was the younger brother of the famous chemist Humphrey Davy, and he had inherited something of his brother's interest in systematic observation of the natural world. He began measuring the body temperatures of sleeping subjects, recording careful readings through the night. And what he found was that body temperature was not constant during sleep. It changed. It dropped as sleep deepened and rose again as waking approached. This was not a dramatic finding in itself, but it was a careful and methodical one, a piece of reliable data about what the sleeping body actually did, and it pointed toward a connection between the thermal regulation of the body and the regulation of consciousness that would eventually prove enormously important. Other researchers in the middle decades of the century were pursuing the thread of blood flow. The older theories, stretching back through Descartes and Willis and all the way to Alcmaeon, had always linked sleep to the movement of blood. But now there were scientists trying to test these ideas directly, to see whether the brain's blood supply really did change during sleep, and if so, in what direction. The question turned out to be more complicated than anyone had expected. Some researchers reported evidence that the brain received less blood during sleep. Others found evidence for the opposite. The measurements were difficult. The interpretations varied, and the debate continued for decades without resolution. a reminder that even in the age of scientific investigation, the sleeping brain was still defending its secrets with considerable tenacity. Then there was Angelo Maso. Maso was an Italian physiologist born in 1846 who worked at the University of Turin and who brought to sleep research a remarkable instrument of his own invention. He had constructed what he called a human balance, an extraordinarily sensitive platform that could detect even the smallest shifts in the distribution of weight within the human body. His subjects lay on this platform, and he watched what happened as they drifted from waking into sleep. The platform tilted very slightly, almost imperceptibly, toward the feet as sleep came on. This told Maso that blood was moving away from the head as the person fell asleep, shifting downward in the body, reducing the flow of blood to the brain. He was measuring with a device of beautiful delicacy the very change in blood distribution that the ancient sleep theories had proposed, and finding it real. But Maso had access to something even more remarkable than his balance. He was working with patients who had suffered injuries to their skulls that had left openings through which the brain itself could be directly observed. Through these skull openings, Maso could watch the brain's surface pulse with the heartbeat, and he observed that during waking, when a person thought hard about something or was emotionally aroused, the pulsations of the brain's surface increased as more blood rushed in. During sleep, the pulsations quieted. The brain was less filled with blood, at least at its surface, and the visual observation of this change was striking and immediate in a way that no amount of theoretical argument could match. He was looking at the sleeping brain, not at its electrical activity, which instruments did not yet exist to measure, but at its physical substance, its color and its pulse and its movement, in a way no one had managed before. Meanwhile, in the broader scientific culture of the era, a new theoretical framework was being proposed to explain why sleep came when it did. This was the hypnotoxin theory, and it was an attempt to answer not just what sleep was, but why it became necessary as the day went on. The idea was that during waking, the metabolic activity of the body and brain produced waste products, chemical byproducts of the enormous work of being alive and conscious, which accumulated gradually in the tissues and in the blood. As these substances built up through the hours of activity, they exerted an increasing pressure towards sleep, a growing chemical drowsiness, until finally the burden of accumulated fatigue substances became sufficient to tip the balance and bring on sleep. During sleep, these substances were gradually eliminated, cleared from the system, until by morning the body was clean again and ready for another day. This theory had an immediate intuitive appeal. Everyone knew the feeling it was trying to describe. The heaviness that settles over the body and mind after a long day. The way a night of sleep dissolves that heaviness and restores the feeling of freshness and readiness. The theory gave that familiar experience a plausible mechanism. And while it was not entirely correct in the terms that later science would establish, it was not entirely wrong either. Modern sleep science has identified real chemical signals that accumulate during waking and drive the pressure to sleep. Most notably a molecule called adenosine, which builds up in the brain during waking hours and is cleared during sleep. The hypnotoxin theorists had the right intuition. They were looking in the right direction. They simply did not yet know the name of what they were looking for. This was also the century in which sleep began to attract the attention of psychology, the new science of the mind that was establishing itself in universities and laboratories across Europe and America. Dreams, which had for so long been the province of religion and mythology, were now being examined with scientific curiosity. Researchers began keeping systematic records of their own dreams, noting their content, their emotional tone, their relationship to the events of the previous day. The Italian psychologist Sant de Sanctis was recording and categorizing dreams with a methodical thoroughness that anticipated the formal sleep research of the following century. He was noticing patterns, connections, regularities in the dreaming mind that suggested it. was not random, but structured, not chaos, but something that operated according to its own hidden logic. And the bedroom itself was changing through the Victorian era. The sleeping space was gradually being understood as a distinct and purposeful environment, separated from the rest of the house and the rest of life in new ways. Privacy in sleep was becoming a middle-class expectation, then a middle-class norm. The idea that sleep required its own room, its own conditions, its own careful arrangement of furniture and temperature and quiet was becoming embedded in the domestic culture of the age. Sleep was being taken seriously as something that mattered to health, to productivity, to the proper functioning of the mind. The Victorians could be anxious about it, could write worried pamphlets about the sleep of the overworked and the sleeplessness of the nervous and the dangers of sleeping too long or too briefly. But embedded in all that anxiety was the recognition that sleep was important, that it deserved attention, that getting it right was not a luxury, but a necessity. By the end of the 19th century, sleep research was not yet a discipline, not yet organized and institutionalized in the way it would become in the following century. But the groundwork had been laid. The questions had been sharpened. The instruments were improving. The body was yielding its secrets slowly and with considerable resistance to the persistent curiosity of science. And in university laboratories in Paris and Berlin and Turin and Edinburgh, quiet figures bent over their equipment in the small hours of the night, watching sleeping subjects on their platforms and their pallets, measuring their temperatures and their pulse rates, noting the color of their blood and the rhythm of their breathing, reaching toward understanding with the patient incremental care that science requires. They were the forerunners of the remarkable discoveries that the next century would bring. And in their quiet persistence, their willingness to sit with a mystery through the long, dark hours and simply watch, they had something in common with every one of us who has ever lain awake and wondered about the nature of this thing we do every night. The night is patient. The watching is gentle. and the answers were getting closer. Let your own watching soften now. Let the questions go. There is nothing to measure here, nothing to figure out, nothing to get right, only the rising and falling of your breath and the deep, unhurried quiet of the dark. There is a particular kind of person who is drawn to sleep as a subject of scientific study, not simply someone who values rest, though most of them do, but someone who cannot let the mystery alone, someone who lies awake or perhaps drifts off and thinks, what is actually happening here? What is this state? What governs it? What shapes it? What does it do? And how does it work? And then, rather than simply accepting the mystery, they get up in the morning and go to their laboratory and begin, with whatever tools they have available, to find out. The early 20th century produced several such people, and the work they did in laboratories that were sometimes modest to the point of simplicity. With equipment they built themselves and subjects who were often their own students or their own family members, laid the foundation for everything that sleep science would become. Let us begin in Paris in the first years of the 1900s with a French psychologist named Henry Perrin. Perrin was born in 1881, and he brought to the study of sleep a rigor and a seriousness that distinguished him from the more speculative thinkers who had come before. He was interested in the hypnotoxin theory, the idea that the body accumulated sleep-inducing chemical substances during waking that drove the pressure towards sleep. And he was determined to test it experimentally rather than simply propose it. He and his colleague René Legender designed a series of experiments that were, by the standards of their era, both creative and decisive. They took dogs and kept them awake for extended periods, days without sleep, until the animals showed all the signs of profound sleep deprivation: the drooping eyes, the stumbling gait, the desperate drowsiness of a body pushed far past its limits. Then they extracted the cerebrospinal fluid from these sleep-deprived animals and injected it into well-rested dogs. The result was striking. The rested dogs, flooded with the cerebrospinal fluid of their exhausted counterparts fell promptly and deeply asleep. Whatever the sleep-deprived dogs had accumulated in their bodies, whatever chemical signal was carrying the message that sleep was urgently needed, it was real enough and potent enough to transfer the need from one body to another. Perrin called this hypothetical sleep-inducing substance hypnotoxin. He could not isolate it, could not identify its chemical structure, could not explain exactly how it worked, but he had demonstrated its existence, or something very like its existence, through careful experiment, and that was a genuinely important step. The body was speaking in a chemical language about sleep. The vocabulary of that language would not be fully translated for many more decades. But Perrin had established that the language existed. His contributions to the science of sleep extended beyond this single experiment. He wrote extensively about sleep, about the rhythms of body temperature during sleeping and waking, about the relationship between sleep and the circadian patterns of the body, about the physiology of consciousness and its relationship to rest. He went on to found the French field of scientific psychology and served as the first president of the International Union of Scientific Psychology. He was, in short, one of the formidable figures of early 20th century science, and the thread of sleep ran through his work from beginning to end. But if Perrin was one of the great founding figures of sleep science in Europe, the man who would do most to establish sleep research as a formal, dedicated, and enduring scientific discipline was working across the Atlantic. In the American Midwest, at one of the great universities of the world. His name was Nathaniel Clayton. Clayton was born in 1895 in the city of Kishinev, in what was then the Russian Empire and is now Moldova. His early life was shaped by the upheavals of the early 20th century, the violence that swept through the Jewish communities of the Russian Empire, the long journey that eventually brought him to the United States, to a new country and a new language and a new beginning. He studied at the City College of New York and then at the University of Chicago, where he earned his doctorate in physiology in 1923. And then he stayed. He stayed because he had found his subject. In 1925, Nathaniel Claytman opened a laboratory at the University of Chicago that was devoted entirely to the study of sleep. This was, by any measure, an unusual and even eccentric thing to do. Sleep was not then a recognized field of scientific inquiry. It was a subject that some researchers touched on, that physiologists occasionally addressed as one small part of a larger investigation into the body's functions, but nobody had built a laboratory for it. Nobody had made it their life's work and organized their entire scientific program around its mysteries. Claytman did. The laboratory he built was simple as laboratories went. He and his students designed and constructed much of the equipment themselves, as was common in an era when scientific instruments were not available off a shelf, but had to be fashioned from whatever materials were at hand. The measuring devices they built were improvised and ingenious, capable of recording the physical signs of sleep, the movements, the temperature changes, the patterns of breathing, in ways that allowed for systematic comparison and analysis. And the subjects in Claytman's laboratory were not strangers. They were his students, his colleagues, and himself. Claytman had an absolute personal commitment to experimental science that extended to his own body, a willingness to volunteer himself as a subject for investigations that were sometimes demanding and occasionally uncomfortable. He studied sleep deprivation on himself, pushing himself through extended periods without sleep to observe the effects firsthand. He studied the effects of drugs on sleep. He studied the relationship between sleep patterns and the time of day, the connection between sleep and the body's temperature rhythms, the question of what happened to the sleeping body over hours and nights and weeks of careful observation. His most extraordinary act of self-experimentation came in 1938, when Claytman and one of his graduate students, a young man named Bruce Richardson, descended 150 feet underground into Mammoth Cave in Kentucky. over a month. The cave was chosen for its perfect constancy. Deep underground, there was no daylight, no variation in temperature, no sunrise or sunset, no external cue of any kind to signal the passage of time. It was, in a sense, the most perfect laboratory for studying the body's internal clock that could be imagined. A place where the only time was the body's own. Claytman and Richardson slept and woke according to their own internal rhythms, trying different artificial day lengths to see whether the body would follow them or insist on its own schedule. What they found was complex and not entirely decisive, but the experiment itself was remarkable, a monument to the kind of wholehearted dedication to a question that marks the great scientists from the merely competent ones. They had gone underground, literally, to find out what time the body kept when the world stopped telling it. Back in Chicago, the work continued year after year. Claytman studied newborn infants and their sleep patterns, observing how the sleep of the very young differed from adult sleep, how it changed and developed through the first months and years of life. He studied the sleep of night shift workers, people whose schedules placed them in fundamental conflict with the body's natural rhythms. And he documented the ways in which this conflict expressed itself in disrupted sleep and compromised function. He was building, piece by piece, a comprehensive picture of sleep as a physiological and behavioral phenomenon. And he was doing it with a persistence and a patience that would sustain the work for decades. In 1939, he published a book called Sleep and Wakefulness, a comprehensive review of everything that was then known about sleep, synthesizing the scattered and sometimes contradictory findings of the research that had come before into a single authoritative account. It was a landmark work, the first book that attempted to treat sleep as a fully serious subject of scientific inquiry, and it became the foundational text of the new field. Every sleep researcher who came after Claytman was, in some sense, building on the structure he had raised. But his greatest discovery was still ahead of him in 1953, working with a graduate student whose name would become permanently linked with his in the history of sleep science. Claytman would make an observation so unexpected and so significant that it would transform not only sleep research, but the broader scientific understanding of consciousness itself. That discovery belongs to a later section of our story, and we will arrive there in good time, softly and without hurry. For now, it is enough to rest with the image of Claytman himself, that determined and slightly stubborn man from Kishinev who had made sleep his life's work, sitting in his laboratory in Chicago in the quiet hours before dawn, watching his instruments and thinking his patient thoughts. He was asking the right questions. He was in the right place. And the most important answer of his career was gathering itself in the dark, waiting for the right moment to arrive. The night has its own timing. It always knows when to reveal what it has been keeping. Just as you, settling deeper into your rest right now, are receiving the gifts of sleep, whether or not you are aware of receiving them. The laboratory is quiet. The instruments are measuring, and everything is unfolding exactly as it should. In a psychiatric hospital in the German city of Jena, in the early 1920s, a quietly intense man named Hans Berger was doing something that no one around him knew about. He worked alone, in a manner that his colleagues would later describe as almost secretive, not sharing his findings, not publishing his results, not discussing his ideas over dinner or in the corridors between appointments. He was a psychiatrist by training and by practice, responsible for the care of his patients, attentive to his clinical duties. But in the spare hours that his work allowed him, and sometimes in hours that were not so spare, he was pursuing a private obsession that had consumed him for decades. An obsession so personal and so strange that he was not sure how his peers would receive it. Hans Berger wanted to find the physical basis of the mind. This desire had a specific origin in his own life. As a young man in his early 20s, Berger had been serving in the military on a training exercise when he fell from a horse and narrowly avoided being crushed by an artillery wagon. He was unhurt. But at almost exactly that same moment, hundreds of miles away, his sister had been seized by a sudden and powerful premonition that something terrible had happened to him, and had urged their father to send a telegram to find out if he was safe. The telegram arrived at the unit where Berger was stationed, and it was the first telegram Berger had ever received from his family. The coincidence struck him with tremendous force. He became convinced that there had been a real connection, some kind of signal transmitted from his mind to his sisters at the moment of his fear. A signal carried not by any physical medium he could then identify, but by some property of the brain itself. And from that day, he devoted himself to finding that property, to understanding what the brain was doing when it was active, to discovering whether the electrical activity of the nervous system could somehow reach across space and connect one mind to another. He never found evidence for that. But in pursuing the question, he made one of the most important discoveries in the history of neuroscience. On the 6th of July, 1924, working in his clinic in Jena, Berger placed electrodes on the scalp of a 17-year-old patient who was undergoing a neurosurgical procedure, and connected them to a sensitive galvanometer. What appeared on his recording instrument was not random noise. It was a rhythm, a regular, repeating oscillation of electrical potential, rising and falling with a frequency and an amplitude that seemed to vary with the state of the patient's mind. When the patient was calm and still, one kind of wave appeared. When the patient was alert or anxious, the wave changed. The brain was producing a measurable electrical signal, and that signal was not constant. It responded to the brain's state. Berger had recorded the first human electroencephalogram. He was overwhelmed with doubt. The finding was so significant, so unlike anything he had expected to be able to measure, that he spent the next 5 years repeating and refining his experiments before he felt confident enough to publish. 5 years of quiet, solitary, painstaking work, refining his electrodes, improving his recording apparatus, testing subject after subject, accumulating evidence that what he was seeing was real, that the rhythms he observed were genuine expressions of the brain's electrical activity and not artifacts of his equipment or errors in his methodology. When he finally published his first paper in 1929, the scientific community was largely unimpressed. His colleagues in the German medical establishment received his work with skepticism, and in some cases with outright derision. The idea that the tiny electrical signals detectable at the scalp could tell you anything meaningful about what was happening inside the brain seemed to many of them implausible. Berger was a psychiatrist, not a neurophysiologist. His apparatus was homemade and seemingly rudimentary. His claims were extraordinary, and in science, extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence. The vindication came in 1934 when two of the most respected neurophysiologists in Britain, Edgar Adrian and B.H.C. Matthews, replicated Berger's findings and confirmed them. Adrian was a Nobel laureate, a figure of unimpeachable scientific authority, and when he said that Berger's results were genuine, the scientific world listened. Almost overnight, the electroencephalogram went from a curiosity to a revolution. The wave that Berger had first identified, the slow, regular rhythm of between roughly 8 and 13 cycles per second that appeared when a person was relaxed with eyes closed. He named the alpha wave the faster, less regular waves that replaced it when the person opened their eyes or became alert. He called beta waves. These two names, alpha and beta, entered the scientific vocabulary immediately, and they are still used today in exactly the same sense that Berger gave them nearly a century ago. Every time someone speaks of being in an alpha state, of the brain entering alpha waves during relaxation or meditation, they are using the language that Hans Berger invented in his quiet, secretive, obsessive laboratory in Jena. Now the tool existed, and it was applied to sleep almost immediately. Because the EEG offered something that no previous instrument had been able to provide. It offered a window into the sleeping brain that did not require waking the sleeper. You could attach electrodes to a person's scalp, tuck them into bed, and sit beside them through the night, recording the electrical activity of their brain in real time, watching the waves change as the person drifted from wakefulness into sleep, observing the evolution of those waves through the hours of the night, and waking the person at the end to compare their subjective reports with the objective record of their brain's electrical activity. For the first time in the entire history of sleep research, the sleeping brain could be observed continuously and without disturbance. The man who first turned this new tool systematically onto the problem of sleep was not a professional scientist, but a remarkable amateur. And his story is one of the more delightful in the history of science. Alfred Lee Loomis was a Wall Street financier of spectacular success, a lawyer turned investment banker who had made an enormous fortune in the 1920s. And then, rather than retiring to a life of leisure, had built himself a private scientific laboratory in a mansion in Tuxedo Park, New York, and filled it with some of the most sophisticated equipment available anywhere in the world. He was not affiliated with any university, did not hold any academic position, had no formal training in neurophysiology. He was simply a man of enormous intellectual curiosity and equally enormous resources. And he had decided to find out how the sleeping brain worked, together with his colleagues Hobart and Harvey. Loomis began recording the brain waves of sleeping subjects in his Tuxedo Park laboratory in the mid-1930s. What he found astonished him. The brain during sleep was not quiet. It was not simply producing a slow and steady rhythm of electrical inactivity, as one might expect from an organ that was supposed to be resting. It was producing a rich and varied sequence of different electrical patterns, each distinct, each characteristic, each appearing and disappearing in a regular and recognizable order through the night. He identified what he called sleep spindles, brief bursts of rapid rhythmic activity, 12 to 14 cycles per second that appeared in characteristic clusters in the sleeping brain. He identified the slow, large, rolling waves of deep sleep, what would later be called delta waves. He identified a particular sharp, high-amplitude waveform that would later be named the K-complex, and he organized these different patterns into a preliminary system of sleep stages, a classification of the different phases of sleep according to their distinctive brainwave signatures. This was the first map of the sleeping brain's electrical landscape. It was rough and incomplete, based on a relatively small number of subjects and a recording technology that was still primitive by later standards, but it established something fundamental. Sleep was not a single, undifferentiated state. It was a progression through multiple distinct states, each with its own characteristic pattern of brain activity, each presumably serving its own purposes, each part of a larger architecture that the sleeping brain moved through in an orderly and reproducible sequence. Loomis presented his findings to the scientific world, and they were received with real interest. Nathaniel Clayton, over at the University of Chicago, took note. Other laboratories in the United States and Europe began acquiring EEG equipment and turning it toward the study of sleep. The field was gaining momentum, gathering researchers and resources and ideas, approaching the moment of its next great breakthrough. And that breakthrough, when it came, would arrive in the most unexpected way, not from the brain waves of a deeply sleeping adult, but from the flickering eyes of a sleeping infant, observed by a tired graduate student in the small hours of the morning in Clayton's laboratory in Chicago. But that story is for the next section. For now, let the image of those early brainwave recordings rest with you. Those first traces of the sleeping mind made visible, those gentle waves rising and falling on a strip of paper in a mansion in New York, charted by a curious financier who simply wanted to know. The brain never stops speaking. Even now, yours is speaking, slow and deep and soft. It is producing the waves of rest, of restoration, of the beautiful work that sleep does in the dark. Listen to the silence and hear it. You are already there. Picture a long strip of paper slowly unrolling from a machine in a quiet room. On that paper, drawn by a pen responding to the tiniest fluctuations in electrical potential, is a line. The line is not straight. It rises and falls, rises and falls, tracing a pattern that at first glance might seem irregular, even random. The way the surface of water might look to someone seeing it for the first time, before they have learned to read its rhythms. But the pattern is not random. It is organized. It is repeating. It is telling a story. And to those who learned to read it, it was one of the most illuminating stories that had ever been written. This is what Alfred Loomis and his colleagues saw, night after night, in the sleeping chamber of his private laboratory in Tuxedo Park in the middle of the 1930s. They saw the sleeping brain speaking in waves, and they began, with great patience and great care, to learn its language. Loomis had come to sleep research from an unusual direction, as we explored in our last section. But the work he did, once he turned his resources and his curiosity toward the sleeping brain, was of genuine and lasting scientific significance. Working with his colleagues, E. Newton Harvey and Garrett Hobart, Loomis began the systematic classification of the different brainwave patterns that appeared during sleep, organizing them into a sequence that could be recognized, named, and compared across different subjects and different nights. Their first paper on sleep stages was published in 1935, and it described, for the first time, the extraordinary electrical diversity of the sleeping brain. In it, Loomis gave names to the patterns he saw. He described what he called random activity, the irregular, low-amplitude waves of light sleep. He described the sawtooth-like waves of somewhat deeper sleep. He described trains of activity that seemed to indicate the brain was processing something, even in unconsciousness. And most memorably, he described the spindles. Sleep spindles are among the most beautiful structures in the entire landscape of the sleeping brain. They are brief, elegant bursts of rhythmic electrical activity, lasting roughly 1 to 2 seconds at a frequency of between 12 and 14 cycles per second that appear in characteristic clusters on the EEG during a particular phase of sleep. They look, on the recording paper, almost exactly like their name suggests. A sudden tightening and quickening of the wave pattern into a shape that widens in the middle and tapers at both ends, like the spindle of a spinning wheel. They appear, disappear, and appear again, each one a brief flourish of neural coordination in the quieting brain. Loomis also identified the K-complex, another distinctive feature of the sleeping brain that would be studied and discussed for decades afterward. The K-complex is a sharp, high-amplitude waveform, a sudden spike in the electrical record that stands out from the surrounding activity like an exclamation mark in an otherwise quiet sentence. It appears most commonly in response to a sudden sound or other external stimulus, as if the sleeping brain is briefly registering the intrusion of the outer world and then deciding almost immediately to ignore it and return to sleep. The K-complex is, in a sense, the brain's gentle refusal to be woken, its way of acknowledging the world and then drawing the curtains again. By 1937, Loomis and his colleagues had organized their observations into a formal classification of sleep stages, a map of the night's electrical journey that identified 5 distinct states through which the sleeping brain moved. They labeled these stages with the letters A through E, from the lightest sleep at A, still close to waking, through the progressively deeper states of B, C, and D, to the deepest sleep of E, where the large, slow delta waves dominated the record, and the brain was as far from waking consciousness as it could be. This was, by any measure, a remarkable achievement in the space of a few years, working in a private mansion rather than a university laboratory, with equipment that was partly improvised and a methodology that was being invented as they went. Loomis and his team had established that sleep was not a single state, but a structured progression through multiple distinct states, each with its own characteristic electrical signature, each presumably serving its own purposes within the larger economy of rest. The scientific world took note. Nathaniel Clayton at the University of Chicago was watching closely. Other researchers began replicating and extending the findings. The EEG became the essential instrument of sleep research, the tool without which serious investigation of the sleeping brain was simply not possible. And laboratories across America and Europe began acquiring the equipment and training the researchers needed to use it. As the work continued through the late 1930s and into the 1940s, the picture of sleep's architecture grew more detailed and more precise. Researchers began to understand the sequence in which the stages appeared. When a person fell asleep, they passed through the lighter stages first, moving down through what Loomis had called A and B into the deeper waters of C and D. And E, the descent, was gradual, the brain's waves growing slower and larger with each stage, the threshold of arousal rising as the sleeper went deeper, the body growing more still and more profoundly at rest. And then, after the deepest sleep had run its course, something remarkable happened. Rather than simply waking up, the brain began to ascend again, moving back up through the lighter stages toward the threshold of consciousness. But it did not quite reach waking. Instead, it paused somewhere in the middle depths, in the territory of light sleep, before beginning its descent again. The night was not a single plunge into depth followed by a gradual return. It was a series of cycles, descents and ascents repeating themselves across the hours, each cycle lasting roughly an hour and a half, the deep stages gradually shortening as the night went on, and the lighter stages gradually lengthening. This cycling architecture was one of the most surprising and significant things the EEG revealed about sleep. The brain was not simply resting. It was moving through a structured program, a sequence of states that repeated with remarkable regularity from one night to the next, in one person after another, with variations that were interesting and informative, but against a background of deep consistency. Sleep shape. And that shape was the same for everyone. In 1968, the American researchers Alan Rich Chaffin and Anthony Cales published what became known simply as the R and K Manual, a standardized system for classifying sleep stages that unified the various classification schemes that different researchers had been using, and established a common language for the field. The R and K system defined 4 stages of what it called NREM sleep: non-rapid eye movement sleep, ranging from the lightest stage 1 through to the deepest stage 4, plus a 5th stage that was distinct from all of them in ways that will be the subject of an entire section of our journey together. The lightest stage, stage 1, is the threshold. It is the place you pass through now, perhaps, as your eyes grow heavy and your thoughts begin to lose their edges. The brain waves here are slow and irregular, a mixture of the alpha waves of relaxed waking and the slower theta waves of early sleep. The body is still. The muscles are relaxing their long day's vigilance. If someone were to call your name at this moment, you would likely hear it and respond. You are not yet truly gone. You are at the door, your hand already on the handle, about to step through. Stage 2 is a little deeper, a little darker. The sleep spindles appear here, those elegant bursts of rhythmic activity that Loomis first described in his laboratory in Tuxedo Park. The K complexes appear here too, those brief spikes of electrical acknowledgement that mark the brain registering the world and choosing to let it go. Body temperature drops, heart rate slows, breathing finds a quieter rhythm. A significant portion of the night, perhaps 40 to 50% of total sleep time for a healthy adult, is spent in this stage. It is the great middle ground of sleep, the reliable, sustaining, unhurried place where so much of the night's work gets done. Stage 3, what researchers now call slow wave sleep or deep sleep, is where the large, rolling delta waves take over. The brain is producing waves of the greatest amplitude and the lowest frequency, vast, slow oscillations that sweep through the cortex like deep swells moving through open water. Arousal from this stage is difficult. If you were woken from here, you would emerge confused and heavy, disoriented, the brain needing time to find its way back to the surface. This is the stage of the most profound physical restoration, where growth hormone floods the body, where tissue repairs itself, where the immune system does some of its most important work. It is the stage that your body defends most strongly when it is deprived of sleep, the stage it reaches for first when given the chance to recover. And then, after the deepest sleep, the brain begins its return journey, ascending back through the stages toward the surface. But as the researchers of the 1930s and 40s were noting with increasing interest, something unusual happened during this ascent, something that their classification systems were not yet quite equipped to capture. The brain, on its way back from the deep, sometimes entered a state that looked unlike any of the stages they had described. A state that was, in certain ways, more similar to waking than to any form of sleep. That state, and the astonishing discovery of what it meant, belongs to the next section of our story. For now, let the architecture of your own sleep settle over you. Your brain knows exactly where it is going. It has done this 10,000 times, this gradual descent through the stages, this slow dissolution of the day into the deep. It knows the way. It has always known the way. Follow it. Trust it. Let the waves come. It began with a tired graduate student and a baby. Eugene Aserinsky arrived at the University of Chicago in 1951 as a doctoral student in physiology. He was not a young man by graduate student standards. He was in his late 20s, had served in the military, had worked a variety of jobs, and had come to science later than most of his peers. He was determined, somewhat stubborn, and perpetually short of money. When he presented himself to Nathaniel Clayton and asked to work in his sleep laboratory, Clayton assigned him a project that seemed, on the surface, quite straightforward. He was to study the slow, rolling eye movements that were known to occur at the onset of sleep, to characterize them, to describe their patterns, and to see what they could tell us about the process of falling asleep. It was not the most glamorous of assignments, but Aserinsky was thorough, and he was observant, and he had something that would prove essential to the discovery he was about to make. He had a young son named Armand working late in the laboratory, watching over sleeping subjects with the equipment that was available and occasionally in short supply. Aserinsky began observing his own child as he slept. He watched the small boy sleeping in the laboratory's crib, and he noticed something that puzzled him. At certain intervals during the night, the child's eyes began to move, not the slow, rolling movements that Aserinsky had been assigned to study. Something different, something faster and more purposeful. A rapid, darting movement beneath the closed eyelids, as if the sleeping child were watching something, tracking something, following some moving object that existed only in the world behind closed eyes. Aserinsky watched, and then he did what a good scientist does. He went to the instruments. He attached electrodes around the eyes of sleeping subjects, adults as well as children, to record the electrical signals produced by the eye muscles during sleep. The device was called an electrooculograph, and it could detect and record even the smallest movements of the eyes with a precision that simple visual observation could not match. And what it showed him, night after night, confirmed what he had first seen in his sleeping son. At regular intervals during sleep, the eyes moved rapidly, repeatedly, in what appeared to be coordinated bursts of activity, lasting several minutes, separated by longer stretches of quiet. And something else was happening during these periods. The EEG changed. During the intervals of rapid eye movement, the brainwave pattern shifted away from the slow, large waves of deep sleep and toward something that looked startlingly like the brain waves of waking, low voltage, fast, irregular activity, the signature of an aroused and active brain, appearing in a person who was clearly, by every external measure, deeply asleep. Aserinsky brought his findings to Claytman, who had spent decades looking at every aspect of the sleeping brain and body, who had gone underground into Mammoth Cave to study the body's rhythms, who had read and synthesized virtually everything that had ever been written about sleep, looked at what Aserinsky had found and recognized immediately that this was something new, something important, something that did not fit within the existing framework of sleep stages that Loomis and his colleagues had established. Something that demanded investigation. The two of them began waking their subjects during these periods of rapid eye movement and asking them a simple question: were you dreaming? The results were remarkable. When subjects were woken during the periods of rapid eye movement, they reported vivid dreams with great consistency, not vague impressions or fuzzy half-memories, but detailed, narratively structured, emotionally alive experiences filled with visual imagery and movement and color and sound, and the whole rich texture of a world that had existed only in the mind. When subjects were woken during the quieter periods, during the slow wave sleep that the EEG classified as deep, they much less frequently reported dreaming. And when they did, the reports were hazier, more fragmentary, less vivid. The rapid eye movements were the signature of the dreaming brain. Aserinsky and Claytman published their findings on the 4th of September 1953 in the journal Science. The paper was brief, barely 2 pages long. Its title was simply "Regularly Occurring Periods of Eye Motility and Concomitant Phenomena During Sleep." It described 3 to 4 nightly periods of rapid, jerky eye movements in sleeping adults, associated with increased heart rate, increased respiratory rate, and a distinctive pattern of brain activity. And it reported that subjects woken during these periods reliably reported that they had been dreaming. In the understated language of scientific papers, it was announcing a revolution. The sleep cycle that Aserinsky and Claytman had discovered was not a simple descent into depth and return. It was a cycle that included, as one of its regular and recurring components, a period of something entirely unlike anything that had previously been recognized as sleep, a period during which the brain was as active as it was during waking, during which the eyes were moving as if tracking the events of a vivid inner world, during which the body was paradoxically still, even as the brain was at its most energetic. This was what a young William Dement, another graduate student who joined Clayton's laboratory shortly after the publication of the 1953 paper, would eventually name rapid eye movement sleep, or REM sleep. Dement worked with Clayton to elaborate the full picture of the sleep cycle in a landmark 1957 paper that described the cyclic alternation of REM and non-REM sleep through the night, and established the timing and structure of that alternation with a precision that has never been fundamentally revised. The cycle Dement and Clayton described went like this. After falling asleep, a person passes through the stages of non-REM sleep, moving from the lightest stages down into the deep, slow wave sleep. Then, after roughly 90 minutes, the brain begins its ascent back toward the surface. But instead of waking, it enters REM sleep. Heart rate rises slightly. Breathing becomes a little faster and less regular. The eyes begin their characteristic darting movements beneath the closed lids. The brain's electrical activity becomes fast and active, resembling waking, and the person, entirely unconscious to the external world, is dreaming. This first REM period is relatively brief, perhaps 10 to 15 minutes. Then the cycle begins again, descending back into non-REM sleep before returning to REM. But as the night goes on, the periods of REM grow longer, and the periods of deep, slow wave sleep grow shorter. By the early morning hours, much of the remaining sleep is either light non-REM or REM, and the REM periods can last 30 minutes or more, filling the pre-dawn hours with the longest and most elaborate dreams of the night. Dement went on to extend the REM discovery in every direction he could. He demonstrated REM sleep in cats, then in other animals, suggesting that dreaming was not a uniquely human phenomenon, but something more ancient and more widespread across the animal kingdom. He studied REM sleep deprivation carefully waking subjects each time they entered REM, and showing that the brain would, when finally allowed to sleep normally, rebound into REM with unusual vigor and persistence, as if making up a debt, as if the dreaming brain had needs that could not be permanently deferred. He found, working later at a clinic in Manhattan, that abnormal REM sleep was a characteristic feature of narcolepsy, the condition in which people fall suddenly and uncontrollably into sleep during waking hours. In people with narcolepsy, the brain skipped the normal passage through non-REM sleep and plunged directly into REM at the onset of sleep, as if the boundaries that normally separated waking from dreaming had become thin and unreliable. This finding would eventually lead to deeper understanding of the neurological mechanisms that govern the transition between states of consciousness, and to better treatments for people whose sleep was disrupted by these mechanisms. Failing, the French neuroscientist Michel Jouvet, working in Lyon through the 1950s and 60s, made his own essential contributions to the understanding of REM sleep. He observed that during REM sleep, the large muscles of the body were almost completely paralyzed, in a state he called atonia, a paradox he found so striking that he gave REM sleep its French name, le sommeil paradoxical sleep. The brain was at its most active. The body was at its most inert. It was as if the two had become temporarily disconnected, the mind roaming free through its dreaming world, while the body lay still and waiting for its return. Jouvet discovered the brain region responsible for this paradoxical muscle paralysis, a structure in the brainstem, and he showed that damage to this region caused cats to act out their dreams during REM sleep, rising and moving, and apparently responding to the events of their inner experience. It was a finding both strange and illuminating, a demonstration that the barrier between the dream world and the waking world was maintained by a specific neural mechanism, a real and identifiable piece of brain architecture that stood guard between the two realities every night, keeping the dreaming body safe and still. 7 decades have now passed since Aserinsky watched his sleeping son's eyes move in the dimness of the laboratory. Since he and Claytman published their 2-page paper that changed the way we understand the sleeping mind, and the discovery they made that night in Chicago has never stopped generating questions, never stopped sending researchers deeper into the mystery of what the dreaming brain is doing, and why the eyes move beneath your closed lids now, perhaps. Or perhaps they are still in the deep and dreamless rest of slow wave sleep. Either way, your brain is doing exactly what it knows how to do, cycling through its ancient program, visiting every territory of the night in its own good time. Let it go where it needs to go. The discoveries are made. The mysteries are being patiently unraveled. And you are safe in the middle of it all, held in the rhythms that science has measured and named and confirmed as the most natural thing in the world. Every night, without exception, you dream. You may not remember your dreams. Most people do not, or remember only fragments, brief impressions that dissolve within minutes of waking, like morning frost on a warm window pane. But the dreaming happens regardless, reliably and regularly, built into the architecture of your sleep, as surely as breathing is built into the architecture of your body. The dreaming mind is not an occasional visitor. It is a resident. It shows up every single night, and it goes to work. For most of human history, as we have explored together in the earlier hours of our journey, dreams were understood as messages, as divine communications, as prophecy, as the wandering of the soul through other realms. The great ancient civilizations built temples around the dream. Philosophers debated its nature and its meaning. The psychologists of the 19th century began to keep systematic records of dream content, noticing its patterns and its emotional character. And then, with the discovery of REM sleep in 1953, the dream was brought, for the first time, fully into the laboratory. It could be summoned on demand by waking a sleeping subject during a period of rapid eye movement. It could be described immediately before it faded. It could be compared, categorized, and studied. What that study has revealed across the 7 decades since Aserinsky and Clayton's landmark paper is a picture of the dreaming mind that is richer and stranger and more functionally significant than anyone in 1953 would have predicted. Let us begin with where in the brain dreaming happens. When you enter REM sleep and begin to dream, your brain does not simply tick over in a gentle idle. It becomes selectively and intensely active. Certain regions increase their activity dramatically, while others quiet down, and the result is a distinctive pattern of neural engagement that gives dreams their extraordinary character. The limbic system, the brain's deep emotional core, becomes highly active during dreaming. This is the region where fear and joy and grief and longing are processed, where the emotional weight of experience is felt and registered. During REM sleep, the amygdala, the almond-shaped structure at the heart of the limbic system that processes threat and emotional significance, is particularly engaged. This is why dreams are so often emotionally vivid, why the feelings in dreams can be overwhelming and urgent in a way that ordinary waking experience is not always quite. The dreaming brain is running on feeling. The emotional volume is turned up. At the same time, the visual processing areas at the back of the brain are highly active. The secondary visual cortex, the region where the brain forms and interprets mental images, is generating imagery at a rate that during dreaming rivals the rate of visual processing during waking. This is why dreams are so predominantly visual, why they present their stories in pictures and scenes and moving landscapes rather than in words or abstract ideas. The dreaming brain is running its visual machinery at nearly full capacity, constructing a world from the inside out, without any input from the eyes at all. And while all this emotional and visual intensity is running at high power, one particular region is doing much less than usual. The prefrontal cortex, that great sheet of tissue at the front of the brain that governs logical reasoning critical thinking, self-reflection, and the evaluation of whether something is real or plausible is largely quieted during REM sleep. This is why dreams feel real while we are in them, why we do not stop and think, even when impossible things are happening, that this cannot be right, that this is not the actual world. The part of the brain that would notice the implausibility is off duty. The dream runs without a fact checker. Anything can happen, and it all feels perfectly, naturally true. The result is an experience that has the emotional intensity of the most significant waking moments of your life. The visual vividness of a film seen in a darkened room, and the logical coherence of a world in which the rules apply differently, in which dead relatives are briefly alive again, in which you find yourself in places you have never been, doing things you would never do, moving between scenes and settings with the effortless impossibility of a story that has decided not to be bound by ordinary physics. This is what your brain is building for you in the dark of every night, from materials that are entirely its own. Sigmund Freud, writing at the very end of the 19th century in his monumental work, The Interpretation of Dreams, proposed that this nocturnal theater was the disguised expression of unconscious wishes, primarily wishes of an infantile and erotic nature, that the waking mind kept suppressed. The dream was, for Freud, the royal road to the unconscious, a place where the censorship of the rational mind relaxed enough to let the hidden desires speak, albeit in the encoded and symbolic language of the manifest content, rather than directly. The dream had meaning, deep and personal meaning, and the work of psychoanalysis was in part the work of decoding that meaning. Freud's theory was enormously influential, shaping the cultural understanding of dreams throughout the 20th century. But the neurophysiology that the sleep laboratories were revealing through the 1970s and 80s sat uneasily with his account. In 1977, two researchers at Harvard named John Allen Hobson and Robert McCarley proposed a very different explanation, one they called the activation synthesis hypothesis. In their account, the dreams were not the disguised expressions of repressed wishes. They were the brain's attempt to make narrative sense of the random electrical signals generated by the brainstem during REM sleep. The brainstem fired its signals upward into the cortex. The cortex, doing what it always does, tried to find a pattern, tried to construct a story from the noise. The dream was the story the cortex told. It had no hidden meaning. It was confabulation, creative and vivid, and utterly characteristic of the storytelling brain, but ultimately purposeless. This view, too, attracted significant challenge because it could not easily account for something the sleep laboratories were increasingly finding. Dreams were not random. They were related to experience. They incorporated the events and emotions of recent days in ways that seemed too systematic to be explained as mere noise. People who had recently learned a new skill dreamed about practicing it. People who had been through emotional upheaval dreamed about the events that had caused it. People learning a maze navigation task in the laboratory dreamed, when asked immediately after waking from REM sleep about navigating mazes. The dream content was connected to the learning content in a way that was statistically reliable and could not be explained by chance. And when researchers looked at the relationship between REM sleep and memory, they found something even more striking. REM sleep seemed to be essential for certain kinds of learning. Subjects who were deprived of REM sleep after learning a procedural skill, something requiring the body to perform a complex sequence of movements, showed impaired performance the following day compared to subjects who had slept normally. The same was found for emotional memories, for the kind of learning that involves not just information, but feeling. REM sleep, it appeared, was doing something with the experiences of the day, something that looked very much like processing, consolidating, organizing. More recent research has added another dimension to this picture. The hippocampus, the brain structure essential for the formation of new memories, is active during REM sleep. And there is evidence that it replays the events of the recent day during dreaming. sending the traces of new experiences out to the cortex for long-term storage. The dream may be, in part, the subjective experience of this memory consolidation process, the story the brain tells itself as it files the day away. The vivid imagery, the emotional intensity, the strange juxtapositions and unexpected connections of the dream landscape may all reflect the brain's active, searching, associative work of deciding what to keep and where to put it. Dreams also seem to facilitate what researchers call emotional processing. The neuromodulator norepinephrine, which is associated with anxiety and emotional arousal in waking life, is almost completely absent from the brain during REM sleep. This creates a neurochemical environment in which emotional memories can be revisited without the full physiological stress response that accompanied them originally. The memory is brought back. The feeling is present, but the alarm is quieter. This may be why sleep is so often restorative after emotional distress, why things that seemed overwhelming in the evening can feel more manageable in the morning. The dream has processed the feeling, held it in the gentler chemistry of REM, and returned it to waking life at a lower temperature. And then there is the question of creativity. Among the most intriguing findings in the study of dreaming is the evidence that REM sleep enhances what researchers call remote associative thinking, the ability to find unexpected connections between ideas that seem at first unrelated. The loosened logic of the dream state, the disabled prefrontal cortex that would normally evaluate and discard the implausible, may create conditions in which the brain can draw connections it would never permit itself during waking. Some of the most celebrated creative breakthroughs in the history of science and art have arrived at the threshold of sleep, in that half-waking state called hypnagogia, or within the vivid narratives of the dream itself. The chemist Auguste Kekulé famously reported that he discovered the ring structure of the benzene molecule after dreaming of a snake eating its own tail. The composer Paul McCartney woke one morning with the melody of Yesterday fully formed in his mind. he had heard in a dream. The novelist Mary Shelley traced the central idea of Frankenstein to a waking vision at the edge of sleep. These stories may be embellished by the telling, as stories tend to be, but the underlying neuroscience suggests they are pointing at something real, at the dreaming brain's genuine capacity for novel combination, for finding the unexpected path between 2 points that the waking mind walked straight past. So what is the dream? It is, at minimum, a byproduct of a brain that is working intensely through the night. It is the visible surface of memory consolidation, emotional processing, creative association, the whole vast, invisible labor that REM sleep performs in the service of the waking self, whether it is also something more, whether it carries meaning of the kind that Freud imagined, whether the stories it tells have messages worth heeding, whether the figures it conjures are worth listening to. These are questions that science has not closed, and perhaps cannot close, because they touch the border between the measurable and the deeply personal. What we know is this: the dream is not nothing. The dreaming brain is not at rest. The experience you have behind your closed eyes in the deep hours of the night is the product of the most complex biological system in the known universe, doing something it considers important enough to repeat every single night of your life, without exception, from your first night in the world to your last. Let that be enough for now. Let the dream come as it will, with its strange geography and its unexpected guests, its feelings that are almost too large for waking, and its images that vanish with the light. It knows what it is doing, even when you do not. It always has. Deep inside your brain, in a region called the hypothalamus, sitting directly above the place where the two optic nerves cross on their way from the eyes to the visual cortex, there is a tiny structure. It is so small that you could hold it, if such a thing were possible, between your fingertip and your thumbnail. It contains roughly 20,000 nerve cells, which sounds like a large number, until you consider that the human brain contains something in the region of 86 billion neurons altogether, making this small cluster less than 0.001% of the brain's total complement. And yet this tiny structure, this modest cluster of cells, barely visible to the naked eye, is one of the most important things inside you. It is your master clock. It is the conductor of the great daily symphony of your body's rhythms, the timekeeper that coordinates your sleeping and your waking, your hunger and your digestion, your temperature and your hormones, your alertness and your rest. All of it moving in a pattern that repeats with remarkable fidelity every 24 hours. It is called the suprachiasmatic nucleus. Its name comes from its location. Supra meaning above, chiasmatic referring to the optic chiasm, the crossing point of the optic nerves below which it sits. It is a name that describes a place, but the suprachiasmatic nucleus is much more than a location. It is a living clock, a biological timepiece of extraordinary precision and extraordinary antiquity, whose fundamental mechanisms are shared by creatures as different from us as fruit flies and bread mold. Creatures whose last common ancestor with the human lineage lived hundreds of millions of years ago. The story of how we came to understand it begins, as we touched on in an earlier section of our journey, with that French astronomer and the heliotrope plant in its darkened box in 1729. De Marin's observation that the plant kept its daily rhythm even in the absence of light was the first hint that living things carry their own sense of time. But for 2 centuries, that hint remained largely unexplored, a curiosity at the edge of biology rather than a central concern, the field that would eventually become chronobiology, the science of biological timing, began to gather momentum in the middle of the 20th century. Researchers, including Colin Pittendrigh and Eugen Aschoff, conducted careful experiments demonstrating that the daily rhythms of animals and plants could persist indefinitely in the absence of any external time cues, running on their own internal schedule in constant darkness, proving beyond doubt that the biological clock was real, endogenous, and self-sustaining. Aschoff ran a remarkable series of studies in which human volunteers lived for weeks in underground bunkers, completely isolated from sunlight and all other time cues, and found that their bodies continued to maintain a roughly 24-hour rhythm of sleeping and waking, temperature and hormone release, running on their own internal schedule with only minor deviations from the environmental day. The name circadian was coined for these rhythms by the biologist Franz Halberg in the 1950s, from the Latin word circa, meaning about, and dies, meaning day. A circadian rhythm is a rhythm that runs on a period of approximately 1 day, not exactly 24 hours in most cases, but close enough to be kept in synchrony with the actual day by the daily input of light. But where exactly in the body was the clock? In the late 1960s and early 1970s, a series of crucial experiments pointed to the answer. Researchers working with rats and hamsters found that damage to a specific region of the hypothalamus, the anterior hypothalamus in the area just above the optic chiasm, abolished the animal's circadian rhythms entirely. The animals became arrhythmic, sleeping and waking at random, their hormones and temperatures no longer cycling in their normal daily patterns. The clock had been removed, and the animal had lost its sense of time. Then, in 1972, two research groups working independently published papers identifying the suprachiasmatic nucleus as the site of this master clock. Robert Moore at the University of Chicago and Irving Zucker at the University of California at Berkeley both showed, through different experimental approaches, that the suprachiasmatic nucleus was the structure whose destruction abolished circadian rhythms and whose preservation was necessary for those rhythms to be maintained. The master clock had been found. It was sitting all along in that tiny cluster of cells above the optic chiasm, waiting to be identified. Later experiments confirmed the finding in the most elegant way imaginable. When the suprachiasmatic nucleus was transplanted from one hamster into a second hamster, whose own suprachiasmatic nucleus had been destroyed, the recipient adopted the circadian rhythm of the donor. The rhythm that had been lost was restored. And it was the donor's rhythm, not the original rhythm of the host. The clock had been transplanted along with the tissue. The suprachiasmatic nucleus was not merely necessary for circadian timing, it was sufficient. It contained the clock itself. How does the clock work? The answer to this question, arrived at through decades of molecular biology, beginning in the 1970s, turned out to be one of the most beautiful mechanisms in all of biology. The clock is a molecular feedback loop, a small set of genes that turn each other on and off in a cycle that takes approximately 24 hours to complete. The genes involved include a gene called period, whose protein product, abbreviated as per, accumulates in the cell during the day. As per builds up, it eventually reaches a concentration that causes it to switch off its own gene, stopping its own production. Then, through the night, the existing per protein is gradually broken down until its concentration falls low enough that the period gene is switched back on, and the cycle begins again. This elegant, self-regulating loop, switching on, building up, switching itself off, breaking down, switching on again, is the fundamental mechanism of the biological clock. And it ticks away in every cell of the suprachiasmatic nucleus, synchronized across the whole cluster, maintaining the master rhythm of the body's day. In 1984, Jeffrey Hall and Michael Rosbash at Brandeis University, and Michael Young at the Rockefeller University began the work that would eventually earn them the Nobel Prize in Physiology or Medicine in 2017, working initially with fruit flies. They identified and characterized the key genes of the molecular clock, describing the period gene and its protein, identifying the timeless gene and its interaction with the period protein, and working out the details of the feedback loop that drives the oscillation. It was work of stunning precision, revealing the inner gears of a clock that had been running continuously for hundreds of millions of years, and demonstrating that the same basic mechanism operated not just in fruit flies, but in animals across the entire spectrum of life, including human beings. The suprachiasmatic nucleus keeps its time through a combination of this internal molecular mechanism and a daily input of light. The light input is crucial. Without it, the clock drifts slightly, running on its own internal period, which in most people is a little longer than 24 hours, closer to 24 and a quarter or 24 and a half hours. This is why, in the absence of light cues, the body's clock gradually drifts, the sleep time creeping later and later day by day, the way it does when you are on holiday with no particular schedule to keep and no morning light to reset your rhythm. The light signal reaches the suprachiasmatic nucleus through a special pathway from the retina, distinct from the pathway that carries visual information to the visual cortex, a particular set of cells in the retina containing a light-sensitive protein called melanopsin respond specifically to blue wavelengths of light and send their signals directly to the suprachiasmatic nucleus, regardless of whether conscious vision is occurring. Even people who are visually blind can still have their circadian clocks reset by light if the melanopsin containing cells of their retinas are intact. The suprachiasmatic nucleus communicates its time signal to the rest of the body through the pineal gland, that small structure that Descartes once believed to be the seat of the soul. As the day's light fades and the evening comes on, the suprachiasmatic nucleus releases its inhibition of the pineal gland, and the pineal begins to produce melatonin, the hormone of darkness. Melatonin rises steadily through the evening, reaching its peak in the deep hours of the night and falling again as morning approaches. It does not cause sleep directly, but it signals to every cell in the body that it is night, that the time for rest has come, that the great daily rhythm is entering its resting phase. It is a chemical message broadcast to the whole body, written in a language that every cell understands. The circadian clock does not only govern sleep, it governs almost every aspect of the body's physiology. Body temperature cycles with it. Lowest in the early morning hours, just before waking, rising through the day to a peak in the late afternoon before falling again towards sleep. Blood pressure, heart rate, immune function, digestion, hormone release, cell division, the repair of DNA, the synthesis of proteins. All of these processes are coordinated by the circadian clock, waxing and waning in a rhythm tuned to the demands of the day and the rest of the night. The body is not the same in the morning as it is in the afternoon or in the middle of the night. It is a system constantly in motion, every process calibrated to the time. The whole magnificent machinery of the living body, moving in the rhythm that the suprachiasmatic nucleus has been keeping since before we were born. And the remarkable thing is that this clock is not only in your brain. Every cell in your body contains its own version of the molecular feedback loop, its own copy of the period gene, and all the other clock genes, ticking away in its own nucleus, keeping its own time. The suprachiasmatic nucleus is the master clock that synchronizes all these peripheral clocks, keeping them in register with each other and with the outside world. But the capacity for circadian timekeeping is distributed throughout the body, written into the DNA of every cell, an ancient gift from the earliest living things that first had to organize their chemistry around the alternation of light and dark. You carry this clock everywhere you go. It is ticking inside you right now, in every cell of your body simultaneously, keeping the same time it has always kept, the time of the turning earth, the time of the rising and setting sun. Let it carry you through the night. It knows exactly where you are in the great arc of the dark, and it knows precisely when the morning will begin to find its way back to you. For now, there is only the deep middle of the night, and your breathing, and the quiet, faithful tick of the clock inside you. Rest. The timekeeper is watching. Imagine for a moment that sleep is a landscape, not a flat and featureless plain, not the uniform gray of unconsciousness that people sometimes imagine when they think of sleep, but a landscape with depth and variety, with valleys and gentle hills, with shallow shores and deep water, with regions that are quiet and regions that are strangely, beautifully active, a landscape that you travel through every single night, following the same basic route, visiting the same territories in roughly the same order, making the same journey in the same rhythm, with variations that are interesting and personal, but against a background of deep, reliable consistency. This is what sleep actually looks like when you draw it. And sleep researchers did draw it, beginning in the 1950s and 60s, when the combination of the EEG and the discovery of REM sleep gave them the tools they needed to map the sleeping brain's nightly journey in real detail. The map they produced is called a hypnogram, and it is one of the most beautiful and informative images in all of neuroscience. It shows, across the horizontal axis of time and the vertical axis of sleep depth, the path that the sleeping brain takes through the night. And that path, once you know how to read it, tells an extraordinary story about what your brain is doing while you rest. The journey begins the moment you close your eyes and allow the day to go. The first stage, the threshold between waking and sleep, is so light and so brief that many people who pass through it do not realize they have slept at all. It lasts only a few minutes, this initial stage, this gentle sloping of the mind toward the dark. The brain waves slow, the eyes drift, the muscles begin to release their vigilance, sometimes with a sudden twitch, the hypnic jerk that startles you back to the surface for a moment before you settle again. Thoughts become looser, less linear, beginning to take on the drifting, associative quality that will deepen as sleep progresses. You might hear your name called and still respond. You are not yet gone, but you are going. Then comes the second stage, and a larger, more settled quiet. The sleep spindles appear, those brief, elegant bursts of neural coordination that Loomis first described in his Tuxedo Park laboratory. Those spindle-shaped flourishes on the EEG recording that mark the sleeping brain filing and organizing the experiences of the day. The K-complexes appear too, those brief spikes of electrical activity that acknowledge a sound from the outer world and then firmly, gently choose to let it go. body temperature drops, heart rate and breathing slow to a quieter rhythm. The world recedes. This second stage is the most generously distributed of all the sleep stages. Across a full night of sleep, roughly half of your total sleeping time will be spent here. It is the great middle ground of sleep, the reliable and sustaining territory through which you pass again and again through the night. In the transitions between deeper stages and waking, it may seem like an unremarkable place, but the sleep spindles that characterize it are increasingly understood as markers of something genuinely important, of the brain actively sorting through the information it has taken in during the day, deciding what to strengthen, what to store, what to let go. The second stage is doing real work. Its modest exterior conceals a busy and purposeful interior. And then the descent continues into the deep. The third stage, the stage that sleep researchers call slow wave sleep or deep sleep, is where the large, rolling delta waves take over. These are the slowest waves the brain produces during sleep, between half a cycle and 2 cycles per second. Waves of such amplitude and such breadth that they seem almost geological in their scale, great swells moving through the cortex like waves across deep water. To be in deep sleep is to be truly away. Arousal from this stage requires a significant external stimulus, and if you are woken from it, you will emerge disoriented and heavy, the brain needing precious minutes to find its way back to the surface of waking consciousness, a state called sleep inertia that gives deep sleep its reputation for being the hardest sleep to wake from. Deep sleep is also the most defended sleep. When the body has been deprived of sleep and is given the chance to recover, deep sleep is what it reaches for first, as if it knows, with some deeply embedded wisdom, that this is what most urgently needs to be replenished. The deep stages of the first half of the night are disproportionately rich in this slow wave sleep, as the body takes maximum advantage of the early hours to do the work that only deep sleep can accomplish. And what is that work? It is restorative in the most fundamental sense. During deep sleep, The pituitary gland releases a pulse of growth hormone, the body's great architect of repair and renewal. Tissues damaged during the activities of the day are rebuilt. Muscles recover. The immune system, which has been managing the body's defenses through the waking hours, does some of its most intensive work during deep sleep, producing and deploying the cells and proteins that protect the body against infection and disease. Deep sleep is the body's maintenance window, the hours in which the machinery of the living self is serviced and restored, prepared for another day of the enormous energetic effort of being alive. After the deep stages have run their course, the brain begins its ascent. The delta waves give way to lighter, faster rhythms. The sleep spindles return briefly familiar landmarks on the upward journey. The body stirs slightly, and then, rather than waking, the brain does something remarkable. It enters REM sleep. The first REM period of the night is brief, perhaps 10 to 15 minutes, sometimes even less. The EEG shifts to its waking-like pattern, low voltage and fast. The eyes begin their characteristic movements beneath the closed lids. The muscles are held in their paradoxical paralysis, and the dream begins. A first dream of the night, relatively short, perhaps not even fully formed before the cycle turns, and the descent begins again, back through the lighter stages toward deep sleep once more. This is the structure of the sleep cycle, the fundamental unit of the night's architecture. Down through the NREM stages to deep sleep, then back up and into REM, then down again, each cycle lasting somewhere between 90 minutes and 2 hours, though with considerable variation from person to person and from night to night. Most people complete between 4 and 6 of these cycles in a full night's sleep, but the cycles are not identical. And this is where the architecture of the night reveals its most beautiful detail. The early cycles of the night are dominated by deep sleep. In the first 2 or 3 cycles, the descent into slow wave sleep is deep and prolonged. The delta waves rich and sustained, the body taking full advantage of these early hours hours to do the slow wave work that it most urgently needs. The REM periods in these early cycles are correspondingly brief, just a quick visit to the dreaming state before the cycle turns back toward depth. But as the night progresses, the balance shifts. Around the midpoint of the night, the deep sleep stages begin to short. The descent in each successive cycle reaches less far down, the slow waves becoming less dominant, the body having taken what it needed from the deep wells of the early night, and correspondingly, the REM periods begin to lengthen. The brain spends more and more time in the dreaming state. The REM periods of the second half of the night stretching to 30 minutes, 40 minutes, filling the pre-dawn hours with long and elaborate dreams. The brain working through its emotional and associative tasks in the extended dreaming time that the later night provides. This is why the last hour or two before your natural waking time is so rich in vivid dreams. The architecture of the night has shifted. The deep sleep of the early hours, now largely complete, the balance tipping toward the light and the dreaming, the brain spending the long pre-dawn hours in its most active, most creative, most emotionally engaged state before the circadian clock, and the rising light gently begin to call it back to waking. It is also why being woken prematurely in the morning by an alarm clock or an obligation that cuts the night short can be so profoundly disorienting and unsatisfying. The REM sleep of the later night is being cut off, the brain's dreaming work interrupted, the final cycles of the night's program left incomplete. The body loses, in those last hours, something that it cannot easily recover during the earlier, deeper stages. Deep sleep and REM sleep serve different purposes, and neither can substitute for the other. 7 to 9 hours for most adults is enough time to complete 4 to 6 full cycles, to spend adequate time in both the deep waters of slow wave sleep and the vivid shallows of REM, to allow the body to do both its physical restoration and its mental processing, to emerge into the morning genuinely, deeply, fully rested. You are somewhere in your own cycles right now, perhaps in the deep, in the slow and dreamless dark of slow wave sleep, waves rolling through your cortex in their great quiet rhythm, perhaps in the shallower waters, the spindles briefly flickering, the K-complexes acknowledging and releasing the small sounds of the night. Perhaps in the dreaming state, the eyes moving gently beneath their lids, the brain constructing its nightly theater in the language of image and emotion. Wherever you are exactly where you should be. The cycle knows where it is going. Your brain has navigated this landscape 10,000 times. It knows every territory, every transition, every shift in the quality of the dark. Follow it. Trust the journey. The night knows its own architecture, and it is carrying you through it, gently and without effort, one slow breath at a time. There is a common image of the sleeping brain that is almost entirely wrong. It is the image of darkness, of silence, of a great neural machine that has been switched off for the night, its activity stilled, its billions of connections quiet, the electricity of thought finally at rest after the long labors of the day. It is an image that feels intuitively right, the way that many intuitions feel right before you look more closely. We sleep because we are tired. Tiredness means the brain needs a break. A break means rest. Rest means quiet. Surely the sleeping brain is simply a brain that has stopped, or very nearly stopped, until morning calls it back to life. The sleeping brain is not quiet. It is not still. It is not simply resting in the way that a machine rests when its switch is turned to off. The sleeping brain is one of the most extraordinarily active objects in the known universe. What it is doing is different from what it does during waking. The nature of its activity shifts. The purposes it is serving change. The regions that are most engaged and the regions that are quieted swap places in ways that are distinctive and purposeful and deeply organized. But the word rest, if we mean by it an absence of activity, is simply the wrong word for what is happening in your brain right now. Let us follow the brain through the night, not as a map this time, not tracing the shape of the sleep cycle through its stages, but looking closely at what is actually happening at the level of neurons and synapses, machinery of the mind, as the brain does the work that only the dark can accomplish when you first fall asleep. Passing through the lighter stages of NREM, the brain begins a conversation between two of its most important structures, the thalamus, a pair of walnut-sized clusters of neurons deep in the center of the brain, and the cortex, the great wrinkled outer layer of the brain where conscious thought, perception, and memory are organized, begin to coordinate their activity in a way that does not happen during waking. During waking, the thalamus acts as a relay station, receiving sensory information from the eyes, ears, and body, and passing it upward to the appropriate regions of the cortex for processing. It keeps the cortex informed of the outer world, moment by moment, feeding the continuous stream of sensory data that waking experience depends upon. But during sleep, as the thalamus gradually withdraws from its relay function, something else begins. The thalamus and cortex start to generate their own rhythms together. Internal oscillations that are not driven by sensory input, but arise from the interaction between these two great structures themselves. These internally generated oscillations are the slow waves of deep sleep, those large, rolling delta waves that sweep across the cortex in the deep stages of NREM. Each slow wave consists of two phases. In the first phase, called the up state, the neurons of the cortex fire together in a brief burst of intense activity, a moment of collective neural conversation. Then they fall simultaneously silent into the down state, a brief period of electrical quiet in which the neurons are deeply inhibited, their firing suppressed. Then the up state comes again, and then the down state, and so on, oscillating back and forth at less than 1 cycle per second. The great quiet rhythm of the deeply sleeping brain. This alternation between up states and down states is not meaningless. It is not simply the brain idling. It is, researchers believe, one of the central mechanisms through which the brain consolidates the memories of the day. During the up states, the hippocampus, that seahorse-shaped structure deep in the temporal lobe, that is the brain's first recording device for new experiences, replays the neural patterns that were activated during learning. It sends these patterns upward to the cortex, like a librarian filing the day's acquisitions into long-term storage. The cortex receives these replayed patterns during the up states of the slow oscillation and strengthens the synaptic connections that encode them, gradually embedding the day's experiences into long-term memory. This process, called systems memory consolidation, is one of the most important things that happens in the sleeping brain. Every experience you had today, every face you saw, every conversation you held, every skill you practiced, every emotion you felt is being reviewed and evaluated during these quiet hours. The hippocampus is sending its recordings to the cortex. The cortex is deciding what to keep and what to let fade. The connections encoding the most important and the most emotionally significant experiences are being strengthened. Their synaptic weights increased, their neural traces deepened, made more stable and more durable, and the connections encoding the trivial and the irrelevant are being allowed to weaken. Their synaptic weights reduced in what researchers call synaptic downscaling. This process of downscaling is as important as the strengthening. The brain cannot simply grow stronger connections indefinitely. Adding synaptic weight to every experience until it becomes saturated and cannot learn anything new. It needs to reset to reduce the general level of synaptic strength back toward a baseline from which new learning is possible. The slow waves of deep sleep accomplish this resetting, bringing the synaptic machinery of the cortex back to a state of readiness. A neural clean slate on which the next day's experiences can be freshly inscribed. This is why sleep before learning is as important as sleep after learning. A night of deep sleep does not only consolidate what you have already learned, it prepares the brain for the learning still to come. The hippocampus, its storage capacity temporarily relieved of yesterday's experiences, which have been transferred to the cortex, has room again for today's. The cortex, its synapses reset to to an optimal baseline, is ready to respond to new experiences with the full vigor of its plasticity. The rested brain is not simply a refreshed brain. It is a brain that has been specifically prepared at the level of its synaptic machinery to learn. The sleep spindles, those elegant bursts of rhythmic activity in stage 2 NREM that we have met several times on our journey, are also part of this memory machinery. They appear to serve as the moments of transfer, the brief windows during which the hippocampal replay is received by the cortex, and the synaptic strengthening takes place. More spindles in a night of sleep are associated with better memory performance the following day, and with better learning capacity. The neural equivalent of a library that has not only filed its books well, but also cleared the shelves for new arrivals. Then the cycle turns and the brain enters REM sleep, and a different kind of neural activity begins. The slow waves disappear. The thalamus reopens its gates, no longer in its relay role, but in a different mode of operation that generates the fast, irregular brain waves of REM. The limbic system comes alive. The hippocampus continues its replay, but now in a different register, sending its patterns through different networks, making connections not just between the day's experiences and their cortical storage locations, but between disparate experiences, finding unexpected links, building associative bridges between things that the waking mind had not thought to connect. This is the brain as creative engine, as emotional processor, as the maker of the strange, but somehow meaningful narratives of the dream. The prefrontal cortex, quieted in REM, is not second-guessing these connections. The amygdala, highly active, is ensuring that the emotional weight of experience is being felt and processed, and the whole system is running in an unusual neurochemical bath, one in which the stress hormone norepinephrine is almost completely absent, creating a space in which even difficult emotional memories can be revisited without the full physiological alarm of the original experience. The result of all this activity, this alternating deep processing and creative associative work cycling through the night, is something that researchers have only recently begun to fully appreciate. The brain that wakes in the morning is not the same brain that went to sleep the previous night. It has been changed. Its synaptic landscape has been reshaped by the quiet labor of the hours of dark. Some connections are stronger, some are weaker. Some memories are more deeply embedded. Some have been allowed to dissolve. Some emotional experiences have been processed and filed at a lower level of distress. Some creative connections have been made that the waking mind will discover, perhaps with surprise, when it turns its attention to a problem that seemed intractable the night before. The sleeping brain is not idle. It is completing what the waking brain began. It is building the self that will wake tomorrow, one slow wave at a time, one spindle, one dream, one quiet cellular conversation in the dark. This is what is happening in your brain right now, not nothing. Everything. The enormous invisible labor of restoration and renewal, running as quietly and as surely as the circulation of the blood, as reliably as the heartbeat, as deeply as the breath. You do not need to do anything to make it happen. It is happening because you are alive, and because you have trusted the night with yourself. And that is all it has ever needed. The brain is busy. The work is good. Let it carry on. There is a moment, familiar to almost everyone, that happens on certain mornings. You open your eyes, and for a few seconds you simply lie there, and something is different. The heaviness that accumulated through the previous day, the tiredness in the muscles, the faint cloudiness behind the eyes, the weight that settled into the body over hours of activity and thought and feeling. It is gone. The body feels light. The mind feels clear. There is a quality to the morning air, to the particular stillness of having just woken from a deep and genuinely restful sleep. That is unlike any other feeling in ordinary life. You have been restored, not metaphorically, not poetically, literally, physically, biologically restored. While you slept, while your conscious mind was absent from the proceedings, the body you live in was working at a pace and with a thoroughness that waking could never have accomplished. It was repairing. It was rebuilding. It was cleaning itself at levels invisible to any ordinary perception, clearing away the debris of the day's metabolic activity, replenishing the reserves that waking had drawn down, and preparing itself with extraordinary care for another full day of being alive. The science of what the sleeping body does has grown richer and more detailed with every passing decade, and some of its most remarkable discoveries are among the most recent. Let us move through the body during sleep, system by system, and see what the night is actually doing. We begin with growth hormone, among the most potent of the body's repair molecules. Growth hormone is responsible not merely for the growth of the young, but for the maintenance and repair of tissue throughout life, the rebuilding of muscle, the strengthening of bone, the regulation of fat and glucose metabolism, the general renewal of the body's physical fabric, and the body releases the majority of its daily growth hormone, not through the activities of the waking day, but in a great pulse during the deep, slow wave sleep of the first half of the night. The relationship between sleep and growth hormone is a feedback loop of elegant precision. The brain regions that promote slow wave sleep also trigger the release of growth hormone, and the growth hormone itself, once released, feeds back to modulate the brain's sleep-wake control systems, helping to sustain the sleep that enabled its own release. Too little sleep reduces growth hormone release, and without adequate growth hormone, the body's capacity for repair and renewal is compromised. The consequences accumulating gradually, but unmistakably across months and years of inadequate rest. The connection is direct, and the stakes across a lifetime are high. During deep sleep, the pituitary gland releases this pulse of growth hormone into the bloodstream, and throughout the body, the repair work begins. Muscle fibers stressed by the activity of the day are rebuilt, their microscopic tears patched and reinforced. Bones are strengthened, their mineral density maintained by the same hormonal environment that deep sleep creates. Skin cells divide and replace their worn predecessors, predecessors. The whole physical fabric of the body is being quietly renewed in the dark while you lie still and unknowing. The immune system is also doing some of its most important work during sleep. Cytokines, the signaling molecules through which the immune system coordinates its responses to infection and inflammation, are produced in increased quantities during deep sleep. The immune cells that patrol the body, seeking and neutralizing threats, are more active during sleep, their surveillance more thorough, their responses more coordinated. People who have been vaccinated and then sleep well afterward mount stronger immune responses to the vaccine than people who sleep poorly, as if the immune system needs the quiet of sleep to properly process and remember what it has been taught. There is also the cardiovascular system, which finds in sleep one of its few opportunities for genuine relief. Heart rate slows during NREM sleep, dropping to its lowest levels of the day in the deep stages. Blood pressure falls. The heart, which beats roughly 100,000 times each day under the varied demands of waking life, is given these hours of reduced load. The cardiovascular stress of the waking hours replaced by a gentler rhythm that allows the heart muscle itself to recover. The blood vessels, relieved of the higher pressures of waking, are also resting, their walls under less strain, their linings given the conditions they need to maintain their health and flexibility. And then there is the discovery that has perhaps most transformed our understanding of why sleep is not merely pleasant, but truly indispensable. The discovery of the glymphatic system in 2013. A neuroscientist named Macon Nettergaard and her colleagues at the University of Rochester published a paper that would change the way the scientific world thought about the sleeping brain. Working with mice, Nettergaard had discovered something that no one had previously suspected. The brain had its own waste clearance system, distinct from the lymphatic system that serves the rest of the body. A plumbing network of remarkable ingenuity that used the channels surrounding the brain's blood vessels as pathways through which cerebrospinal fluid could flow, washing through the spaces between neurons, flushing out the metabolic waste products that had accumulated during the day's neural activity. She called it the glymphatic system, combining the word glial, referring to the glial cells of the brain, whose structures form the walls of these channels, with lymphatic, the name of the body's general waste clearance network. And the critical finding was this: the glymphatic system was barely active during waking. It did the vast majority of its work during sleep, when the brain's neurons shrank slightly in size, widening the spaces between them and allowing the cerebrospinal fluid to flow more freely through the tissue, carrying waste molecules out of the brain and into the body's general circulation. Among the waste products that the glymphatic system clears during sleep are two proteins whose accumulation in the brain is associated with Alzheimer's disease: amyloid beta and tau, proteins that form the plaques and tangles that are the hallmarks of the Alzheimer's brain, are produced as byproducts of normal neural activity during waking, and are cleared away during sleep by the flow of cerebrospinal fluid through the glymphatic channels. A night of poor sleep allows these proteins to accumulate at higher levels. Chronic sleep deprivation allows their accumulation to compound over time, and this accumulation, the evidence increasingly suggests, is one of the pathways through which chronically poor sleep may raise the risk of developing neurodegenerative disease decades later. The discovery of the glymphatic system recast sleep almost overnight from a luxury of rest into an active and essential biological maintenance process, one whose disruption had consequences that extended not just to the next day's tiredness, but to the long-term health of the brain across an entire lifetime. Sleep was not the brain switching off. Sleep was the brain taking out the trash. And if the trash was not taken out regularly and thoroughly, the consequences would be written into the biology of the brain in ways that accumulated quietly over years. More recent work has extended and refined Nedergaard's original findings in mice to the human brain. Studies using imaging technology have now confirmed the glymphatic system's activity in sleeping human beings, showing that the flow of cerebrospinal fluid through the brain increases dramatically during sleep, and that this increased flow is associated with the clearance of the metabolic byproducts that accumulate during waking neural activity. The glymphatic system is now understood to be active across both deep sleep and REM sleep. Its cleaning work, accelerating the longer sleep, continues, and slowing gradually as waking approaches. And then there is the simple cellular biology of the body during sleep. Every cell in the body produces waste products as it goes about its work. The metabolic debris of the chemical reactions that power life. During waking, cells are too busy to do much about this accumulation. The pace of activity leaving little opportunity for housekeeping. But during sleep, the cellular pace slows and the housekeeping begins. Proteins that have been damaged or misfolded during the day are identified and broken down, their components recycled. DNA that has been damaged by the normal oxidative stress of metabolism is repaired. The cells of the body take the opportunity of sleep to do the molecular maintenance that keeps them healthy and functional over time. What emerges from all of this, from the growth hormone and the immune cytokines, from the cardiovascular rest and the glymphatic flushing and the cellular housekeeping, is a picture of sleep as perhaps the single most comprehensively restorative process available to the living body. Nothing else that we do, no supplement, no therapy, no practice of waking life produces restoration at this breadth and depth simultaneously. Sleep touches everything. It renews the body from the cellular level to the systemic, from the individual neuron to the cardiovascular architecture, from the immune cell to the molecular machinery of memory. The ancient healers who built their dream temples and sent their patients to sleep in the fragrant dark were not wrong, even if they could not have explained any of this. They had observed the truth with the instruments available to them, which were simply the instruments of careful human attention. They knew that sleep healed. They built their practices around that knowing. Now we have the molecular biology to say why. The body resting in the dark is not doing nothing. It is doing everything. It is doing the most important and the most intimate work it ever does. The work of keeping you alive and healthy and whole. Feel the weight of that for just a moment. The extraordinary generosity of it. Then let it go and let the work continue quietly and without your assistance, as it has always done. The night knows how to take care of you. In December of 1963, a 17-year-old boy in San Diego, California, decided to stay awake for as long as he possibly could. His name was Randy Gardner, and the occasion was his school science fair. He and a classmate named Bruce McAllister had been looking for an experiment that would be memorable. Something that would stand out among the baking soda volcanoes and bean sprouting projects that filled the gymnasium. Every year, they settled on a sleep deprivation study. One of them would stay awake for as long as possible, and the other would observe and record what happened. A coin toss decided that Randy would be the one to go without sleep. What followed was one of the most watched and most discussed sleep experiments in the history of science. Conducted not in a university laboratory with professional researchers and sophisticated equipment, but by a pair of high school boys with notebooks and a genuine willingness to find out what would happen. Nathaniel Clateman's former student William Dement, by then a sleep researcher at Stanford, heard about the experiment and drove down to San Diego to observe it properly. He arrived on the 4th day of Gardner's wakefulness and stayed to monitor the remaining days with the care and rigor of an experienced scientist who understood that something genuinely informative was unfolding in front of him. Randy Gardner stayed awake for 11 days and 25 minutes. 264 hours and 25 minutes without sleep. A record that stood for years, and that the Guinness World Records Organization eventually stopped accepting challenges for, on the grounds that encouraging people to deprive themselves of sleep was medically irresponsible. What happened to Randy Gardner across those 11 days was a vivid and real-time illustration of what the sleeping brain provides when it is present, revealed in reverse as a catalog of everything that is lost when it is taken away. The early effects were mild. Some fatigue, some difficulty concentrating, the ordinary tiredness of a late night extended. But as the first day without sleep stretched into the second and the third, the changes became more striking. Gardner began to have difficulty with his eyes, experiencing pain and sensitivity to light. His concentration fractured. His ability to hold a train of thought for any extended period becoming unreliable. His mood shifted. The easy cheerfulness of a healthy teenager giving way to something flatter and more irritable. By the middle of the experiment, more unsettling things were happening. Gardner began to experience brief hallucinations, seeing things that were not there, misidentifying objects. At one point, apparently convinced that a street sign was a person standing in the road. His thinking became disorganized. He could not complete tasks that required holding several things in mind simultaneously. He lost track of conversations mid-sentence, his working memory failing to bridge the gap between one thought and the next. And yet, through all of this, his vital signs remained relatively stable. His heart continued to beat. His blood pressure remained within normal ranges. He was not, in any immediate clinical sense, in danger. The body was maintaining its basic functions. The mind was a different story. When the experiment ended and Gardner was finally allowed to sleep, he slept for 14 hours and 46 minutes, and then woke naturally, apparently feeling recovered. Follow-up EEG recordings, taken weeks later, showed no lasting abnormalities. The young brain, with its extraordinary resilience, had bounced back. But Randy Gardner's experience, vivid and dramatic as it was, represents an extreme that almost no one in ordinary life encounters. The sleep deprivation that matters most for public health is not the dramatic case, of 11 sleepless days. It is the quiet, cumulative, almost invisible case of the person who sleeps 6 hours a night instead of 8, month after month, year after year, convinced that they are managing fine because they feel more or less functional, not realizing that the brain's capacity to accurately assess its own level of impairment is one of the first casualties of chronic partial sleep loss. This is among the most important and most counterintuitive findings in all of sleep research. People who are chronically sleep deprived become progressively less able to perceive how impaired they actually are. Their subjective sense of sleepiness plateaus, even as their objective performance on cognitive tests continues to deteriorate. They adapt in a purely subjective sense to the feeling of being tired. The tiredness starts to feel normal, and so they stop noticing it and stop reporting it, even while their brains are functioning significantly below their well-rested capacity. The cognitive consequences of chronic partial sleep deprivation are well established and span virtually every domain of mental function. Attention is the first casualty. The ability to sustain focused attention on a task for any extended period, to resist distraction, to catch errors and correct them, degrades measurably after even a single night of reduced sleep and worsens with each successive night. The lapses are brief, sometimes lasting only a fraction of a second, but they are frequent and in certain contexts, driving a car, operating machinery, making a critical medical decision. Those fractions of a second are the difference between safety and catastrophe. Working memory, the mental scratchpad on which we hold and manipulate information while we are using it, is similarly vulnerable. The ability to follow a complex argument, to hold the beginning of a sentence in mind while processing its end, to track the moving parts of a problem or a conversation. All of this degrades with insufficient sleep. Things become harder to follow. The thread is easier to lose. Comprehension requires more effort and achieves less. Emotional regulation is also profoundly affected. The amygdala, that structure deep in the brain that processes threat and emotional intensity, becomes significantly more reactive after sleep deprivation, responding to mildly negative stimuli with a strength and urgency that the well-rested brain reserves for genuinely threatening situations. The prefrontal cortex, which normally exerts a moderating influence on the amygdala's responses, weakening under sleep deprivation, loses some of its capacity to apply that moderation. The result is a brain that is quicker to feel threatened, quicker to anger, more vulnerable to anxiety, and to the full force of negative emotion, while simultaneously less able to apply the reasoned perspective that would put those emotions in their appropriate context. Creativity and flexible thinking are affected too. The capacity for insight, for seeing a problem from a fresh angle, for making unexpected connections between ideas, depends on a well-rested prefrontal cortex and a hippocampus that has properly consolidated the day's learning. Sleep-deprived thinking tends toward rigidity, repeating the same approaches to problems rather than generating novel ones, missing the lateral connections that the rested mind finds with relative ease. And then there are the longer-term consequences that accumulate across months and years of insufficient sleep. The glymphatic system, which we explored in our previous section, is less active when sleep is cut short, and the metabolic waste products it would normally clear, including the amyloid beta associated with Alzheimer's disease, accumulate at higher levels. Even a single night of inadequate sleep produces measurable increases in amyloid beta in the brain. Across years of insufficient sleep, these accumulations compound in ways that are not yet fully understood, but that the evidence increasingly associates with elevated long-term risk of neurodegenerative disease. The cardiovascular system also bears a cost. The hours of sleep during which heart rate and blood pressure drop to their restful lows are reduced when sleep is cut short, and the resulting increase in cumulative cardiovascular stress is associated over time with higher risk of hypertension disease, the immune system, deprived of the deep sleep during which its most intensive work is done, is less effective at mounting responses to pathogens and vaccines. Hormonal regulation is disrupted, with effects on metabolism, appetite, and stress response that accumulate in quiet but significant ways. All of this is not offered as cause for anxiety. The irony of a sleep science section delivered as part of a sleep aid is not lost. And the very last thing that would be helpful right now is worry. What these findings offer, rather, is a context for appreciating what is happening in this moment, what you are giving your body and your brain by being here in the dark, letting go of the day and surrendering to the rest that your biology has been asking for since the moment you woke up this morning. You are doing something genuinely, measurably, biologically important right now. You are giving your amygdala its nightly recalibration. You are giving your prefrontal cortex its rest. You are giving the glymphatic system the conditions it needs to do its clearing work. You are replenishing the working memory, refreshing the emotional regulation, restoring the capacity for the flexible, creative, curious thinking that makes life richer and more manageable. You are not being passive. You are being wise. Sleep is not the absence of life. It is one of its most essential and most generous expressions. And you are receiving it right now with every slow and quiet breath. Sleep, for most people, most of the time, simply comes. It arrives in the evening with the gradual inevitability of the tide, drawing in with the dimming of the light, the quieting of the body, the loosening of the day's accumulated tension. It carries people through the night along the architecture of cycles we have explored together, through deep, slow waves and dreaming, through restoration and memory, and delivers them most mornings back to the waking world refreshed. This is the ordinary experience of sleep, the one that most of the history and science we have traveled through has been describing. But for a significant number of people, this ordinary experience is not what sleep is like at all. For them, sleep resists or fails to sustain itself, or arrives is interrupted by the body doing things it was never meant to do in the night. For these people, the ordinary gift of sleep has become complicated, and the complications have their own history, their own stories, their own long journey toward understanding and treatment. The history of sleep disorders is, in a sense, as old as the history of sleep itself. Human beings have been struggling with disrupted or disordered sleep for as long as they have been sleeping, but the systematic recognition of these conditions as distinct medical entities with specific causes and specific treatments is a relatively recent achievement, and the story of how we arrived there is full of unexpected turns. Let us begin with the oldest and most universal of the sleep disorders, the one that touches the most people and has the most ancient of documented histories. Insomnia, the inability to fall asleep or to stay asleep, the experience of lying in the dark while the mind continues its restless turning, refusing the quiet that the body needs, is one of the most widely shared forms of human suffering. It is so common that almost every adult who has ever lived has known its texture on at least some nights. That particular quality of helpless wakefulness that feels so different from the ordinary alert of daytime, as if the ability to sleep has simply been revoked, leaving the person stranded on the wrong side of a door they cannot find the handle of. Ancient descriptions of insomnia appear in some of the earliest medical texts. Egyptian papyri contain references to the problem of sleeplessness and to herbal remedies aimed at inducing rest. The ancient Greeks and Romans treated insomnia with a variety of approaches that ranged from the practical to the ceremonial, from moderate exercise and warm baths to prayers at the temple of Hypnos and prescriptions involving poppy extracts that we would now recognize as opiates. The Roman physician Galen, whose medical authority persisted for more than 1,000 years after his death, wrote about chronic sleeplessness as a condition deserving of serious clinical attention. One of the earliest detailed literary descriptions of insomnia comes from the English clergyman Robert Burton, who in 1628 published his enormous and remarkable work, The Anatomy of Melancholy. Burton knew insomnia from the inside, having experienced what we would now recognize as depression and its attendant sleeplessness for much of his adult life. He understood with a clarity that anticipates modern research by nearly 4 centuries that insomnia was both a symptom and a cause of depression, that the two conditions fed each other in a cycle that could be very difficult to break. He was also full of practical advice. He recommended moderate exercise, regular hours, and the avoidance of anxiety-provoking thoughts before bed. He cautioned against eating cabbage before sleep on the grounds that it caused troublesome dreams. Some of his recommendations were more soundly based than others. For most of its long history, insomnia was understood as a symptom of something else, a consequence of melancholy, of nervous disorder, of improper diet, or excessive mental labor, of moral failing or spiritual disturbance. The idea that it might be a condition in its own right, with its own pathophysiology and its own appropriate treatment, did not fully establish itself until the latter decades of the 20th century. Before that, the treatment of insomnia was largely the treatment of whatever underlying condition it was assumed to reflect. And when that approach failed, the long procession of sedative drugs, from laudanum through the barbiturates to the benzodiazepines, filled the gap. Now let us turn to a condition that presents the mirror image of insomnia in some ways. A condition not of too little sleep, but of an inability to stay awake. Narcolepsy was first formally described in the 1870s when the German physician Carl Friedrich Otto Westphal, and independently the French physician Jean-Baptiste Edouard Galineau noticed patients whose sleepiness was not the ordinary drowsiness of the tired, but something qualitatively different and profoundly disabling. These patients fell asleep involuntarily, suddenly, and without warning, sometimes in the middle of activities that ordinarily kept people alert, standing, eating, even in conversation. The attacks were brief, but complete, the person dropping into sleep. And then, after a few seconds or minutes, emerging again as if waking normally. Galeno coined the term narcolepsy in 1880 from the Greek words for numbness and sleep, giving the condition a name and a formal identity. But the name was more cert than the understanding. For decades after its identification, narcolepsy sat at the edge of medicine, sometimes confused with epilepsy, sometimes dismissed as a psychological condition, its cause entirely unknown, and its treatment limited to stimulant drugs that managed the symptoms without addressing the underlying disorder. What distinguished narcolepsy from simple excessive sleepiness, and what gave researchers their first major clue to its nature, was a companion symptom that many, but not all people with narcolepsy experienced. This symptom was called cataplexy, the sudden, temporary loss of muscle tone triggered by strong emotion, most commonly by laughter or surprise. A person with cataplexy might find that a burst of laughter causes their knees to buckle, their head to drop, their entire body to go momentarily limp, as if the muscle paralysis of REM sleep had briefly invaded their waking life. The connection between cataplexy and the muscle atonia of REM sleep was noticed, and it led researchers toward the idea that narcolepsy might be a disorder of the boundary between waking and REM sleep, a condition in which the mechanisms that normally keep REM sleep contained within the sleeping hours were failing. The discovery of REM sleep by Aserinsky and Klaitman in 1953, and the subsequent work by William Dement and others eventually confirmed this intuition. People with narcolepsy, when studied in the sleep laboratory, entered REM sleep almost immediately at sleep onset, bypassing the normal progression through the NREM stages. The dreaming state was breaking through at the wrong times, invading the transition into sleep, and through cataplexy, even invading waking itself. The final piece of the narcolepsy puzzle came at the very end of the 20th century with a discovery that illuminated not just narcolepsy, but the fundamental mechanisms of sleep and waking themselves. In 1999, two research teams working independently discovered that narcolepsy was caused by the loss of a small population of neurons in the hypothalamus. Neurons that produce a signaling molecule called orexin, also known as hypocretin. These orexin neurons are now understood to be a key part of the brain's wake-promoting system, helping to maintain stable wakefulness and preventing the inappropriate intrusion of sleep, and especially of REM sleep, into the waking state when these neurons are lost, as they are in most people with narcolepsy. The brain loses a critical stabilizer of the boundary between sleeping and waking, and the result is the characteristic pattern of the condition. The story of sleep apnea is different again, and in some ways even more striking in its lateness. Sleep apnea, the repeated stopping and starting of breathing during sleep, is now recognized as one of the most common and most serious sleep disorders in the developed world, affecting an estimated 1 billion people globally, and yet its recognition as a distinct medical condition is almost entirely a product of the second half of the 20th century. The condition itself had been observed much earlier, but without the conceptual framework to understand it. Charles Dickens, in his novel The Pickwick Papers, published in 1836, described a character named Joe, who was perpetually and uncontrollably sleepy, enormously obese, and given to falling asleep at any moment, regardless of the circumstances. Later physicians, recognizing this pattern in their own patients, called it the Pickwickian syndrome. Using the fictional character's name for a cluster of symptoms they could observe and describe, but not yet explain. The formal recognition of sleep apnea, with the understanding that the excessive daytime sleepiness and the disturbed nighttime breathing were causally connected, came in 1965, when a group of European researchers, including Henry Gastod, used polysomnography to observe, for the first time, the repeated cessation of breathing during sleep and its relationship to oxygen desaturation and arousal. They had put the pieces together, and the picture they assembled was both clear and alarming. The breathing was stopping. The brain was being repeatedly deprived of oxygen. The person was being woken, usually so briefly that they had no memory of it, dozens or hundreds of times through the night, and the cumulative effect of this fragmented, oxygen-deprived sleep was the exhaustion and the cardiovascular stress that the patients were presenting with. The treatment that transformed the lives of people with sleep apnea came in 1981 when an Australian physician named Colin Sullivan developed the continuous positive airway pressure machine. The CPAP device that has since become familiar in bedrooms around the world. It delivers a gentle stream of pressurized air through a mask worn during sleep, holding the airway open and preventing the collapse that causes the apneas. It was not elegant. It was not comfortable for everyone, but it worked. And it worked so well that for many people with severe sleep apnea, the first night of CPAP therapy was the first genuinely restful night they had experienced in years, perhaps decades. The sleep disorders we have touched on here, insomnia and narcolepsy, and sleep apnea, are three of the most significant and most thoroughly studied. But the catalog of ways in which sleep can go wrong is broader and stranger than these three alone. There is sleepwalking, the peculiar condition in which the motor system becomes active during deep NREM sleep, while consciousness remains absent, sending the person moving through their home in a state that is neither waking nor sleeping. The eyes perhaps open, but unseeing, the behavior purposeful, but without awareness. There is restless legs syndrome, first described in detail by the Swedish physician Carl Ekbom in the 1940s. The irresistible urge to move the legs that intensifies in the evening and at night, and prevents the stillness that sleep requires. Each of these conditions has its own history, its own cast of observant physicians and dedicated researchers, its own long journey from ancient observation through clinical recognition to scientific understanding. And for the people who live with them, that journey matters enormously. The difference between a life shaped by the chronic suffering of disordered sleep and and a life in which the gift of rest has finally been restored. For you tonight, the gift is here. The night is quiet and the body is settling, and the sleep that comes is the ordinary, generous, health-giving sleep that the body knows how to give when the conditions are right. You have created those conditions. You are here in the quiet, letting the night do what it does. Rest now, deeply and without reservation. There is a particular quality to the moment when a collection of individual discoveries scattered across different laboratories and different decades begins to cohere into something larger than the sum of its parts. It is the moment when a field is born. For sleep, that moment arrived in the late 1960s and the 1970s, when the accumulated weight of decades of research, the EEG and the sleep stages, the discovery of REM, the identification of the circadian clock, the first careful studies of sleep disorders began to press toward a practical question that research alone could not fully answer. The question was this: what do we do for people whose sleep is broken? There had been researchers studying sleep for decades. There were laboratories that could measure it, classify it, observe it with great precision, but there was no organized clinical discipline devoted to treating its disorders. People with narcolepsy who fell asleep without warning in the middle of their days, people with severe insomnia who had not slept properly in years, people whose breathing stopped dozens of times each night while their hearts labored and their oxygen levels fell. These people had nowhere to go that was specifically equipped to help them. They saw general practitioners, neurologists, psychiatrists, and received treatments that were often inadequate and sometimes unhelpful. The science existed. The clinical infrastructure did not. The man most responsible for building that infrastructure was William Dement. We have met Dement before on our journey as the young graduate student who named REM sleep and co-authored with Claytman the landmark 1957 paper on the cycling of sleep stages. But Dement's career extended far beyond those early discoveries, and his most enduring contribution to the field was not a single finding, but an institution, or rather a whole set of institutions that transformed sleep from a research subject into a medical specialty. After his years with Clayton in Chicago, Dement moved to New York, where he ran a sleep research program and began seeing patients whose sleep disorders he recognized were serious medical conditions that deserved serious medical attention. Working with narcolepsy patients in particular, he developed a growing conviction that the boundary between sleep research and clinical medicine needed to be dissolved, that the laboratory findings needed to translate directly into better care for the patients who needed them. He moved to Stanford University in the late 1960s, and there, in 1970, he opened the Stanford Sleep Disorders Clinic, now known as the Stanford Sleep Medicine Center, which is widely regarded as the world's first clinic devoted entirely to the diagnosis and treatment of sleep disorders. It was a modest beginning. A small number of examining rooms and a sleep laboratory, a handful of staff, an intake process that felt its way forward as it went, because there were no established protocols for how a sleep medicine clinic should operate. Dement and his colleagues were inventing the specialty as they practiced it. Working alongside Dement at Stanford was a Swiss-born neurologist named Christian Gillimanald, whose particular focus was the sleep-disordered breathing that would eventually be recognized and treated as obstructive sleep apnea. Together, Dement and Gillimanald documented the syndrome with a thoroughness and a rigor that transformed it from a curiosity described in scattered clinical reports into a recognized and treatable medical condition. They performed polysomnographic studies, the comprehensive overnight sleep recordings that measured not just the EEG, but the eye movements, the muscle activity, the breathing, the oxygen saturation, the heart rate, the whole physiological panorama of the sleeping body. And they showed, in patient after patient, the characteristic pattern of repeated airway obstruction, oxygen desaturation, and arousal that defined the condition. Polysomnography itself was becoming the essential tool of the new clinical sleep medicine. The word comes from 3 Greek roots meaning many, sleep, and to write. And that is precisely what it does. It writes many things simultaneously during sleep, recording the electrical activity of the brain, the movements of the eyes, the tone of the chin muscles, the rhythm of the breathing, the flow of air at the nose and mouth, the effort of the chest and abdomen, the oxygen level of the blood, and the rhythm of the heart, all through the night, producing a record of extraordinary richness that a trained clinician could read the way a navigator reads a map, finding in its patterns the information needed to understand what was going wrong in the sleeping body. The diagnostic picture that polysomnography made possible was transformative. Conditions that had been invisible, that had been diagnosed only by their daytime consequences, the exhaustion, the cognitive impairment, the mood disturbance, were now revealed in their nighttime origins with unmistakable clarity. The stoppage of breathing in sleep apnea, repeating dozens of times an hour, the sudden transitions into REM sleep at sleep onset in narcolepsy, the complex partial arousals of sleepwalking, visible as brief eruptions of mixed waking and sleeping brainwave activity in the deep sleep stages. Each disorder had its own signature, and polysomnography was the instrument that could read them. Another diagnostic tool that emerged from the Stanford laboratory in these years was the multiple sleep latency test, known as the MSLT, developed by Dement and his colleagues. The MSLT was elegantly simple in its design. The patient was given 5 opportunities to nap at 2-hour intervals through the day, lying down in a quiet, darkened room with EEG electrodes attached, and the time it took them to fall asleep on each occasion was measured. A healthy, well-rested person would take 10 to 20 minutes to fall asleep under these circumstances. A severely sleep-deprived or pathologically sleepy person would fall asleep in a matter of minutes or even seconds, and a person with narcolepsy would not only fall asleep very quickly, but would enter REM sleep directly, bypassing the normal NREM stages Within the first few minutes of each nap, the MSLT gave clinicians an objective measure of sleepiness that could not be faked, could not be distorted by a patient's subjective interpretation of their own alertness, and could be standardized and compared across patients and across time. It became, and remains today, the standard diagnostic tool for narcolepsy and a widely used measure of daytime sleepiness in sleep medicine clinics around the world. The field that was assembling itself around these tools needed organization, professional recognition, and standards. In 1975, a group of sleep researchers and clinicians established the Association of Sleep Disorders Centers, which would eventually become the American Academy of Sleep Medicine. The organization issued its first accreditation to a sleep disorders center in 1977. The Sleep-Wake Disorders Center at Montefiore Medical Center in New York. The accreditation process established that a sleep center had to meet defined standards of equipment, staffing, and practice in order to carry the designation. And it began the process of standardizing the quality of care available to patients with sleep disorders across the country. In 1978, Dement and Gillimanald founded the journal Sleep, the first scientific journal devoted entirely to sleep research and sleep medicine. Its establishment marked the formal recognition of the field as a distinct academic and clinical discipline, one that generated enough original research to support its own publication, with its own editorial standards and its own peer review process. The journal Sleep still publishes today, and its archive constitutes one of the most comprehensive records of the growth of a scientific field that exists in medicine. The accreditation in that same year of the first formal board certification in clinical polysomnography, awarded to Dement himself as its very first recipient, marked another threshold. Sleep medicine was now not just a specialty in practice. It was a specialty in structure, with credentials, standards, and a recognized pathway for training the physicians and technologists who would carry it forward. What followed was decades of growth that have brought sleep medicine from a handful of pioneering clinics to a global specialty with thousands of accredited sleep centers, millions of diagnostic studies performed each year, and a range of treatments that have genuinely transformed the lives of people with conditions that were once unrecognized, misunderstood, or simply endured. The CPAP machine for sleep apnea, the behavioral therapies for insomnia that have now been shown in clinical trials to outperform sleeping pills in the long term, the wake-promoting medications and sodium oxybate treatments for narcolepsy, the pharmacological and non-pharmacological approaches to restless legs, syndrome, and circadian rhythm disorders. All of these have emerged from the clinical infrastructure that Dement and his contemporaries built in those foundational decades. William Dement died in June of 2020 at the age of 91, having spent more than 6 decades devoting himself with almost inexhaustible energy to the understanding and care of human sleep. He created the world's first sleep disorders clinic. He founded the field's first journal. He helped establish its professional organization and its credentialing system. He taught one of the most popular courses in the history of Stanford University, a course on sleep and dreams that was taken by tens of thousands of students over the decades. He taught it, sending generations of young people out into the world with an understanding of sleep that most of their peers lacked. And he did it all because he believed, with a conviction that never wavered, that sleep mattered, that the hours of the night were not empty time, not time subtracted from the productive hours of the day, but something essential and sacred, a biological necessity as fundamental as food and water, and that the people who struggled with it deserved the full attention and care of medicine. He was right, and the field he helped build continues every night in sleep centers and laboratories around the world to prove it. The lights are low. The monitors are watching. The work of understanding and healing the night goes on, and you, here in your own quiet dark, are the beneficiary of all of it. of every discovery, every study, every clinical trial, every breakthrough, every patient carefully observed, and every night carefully recorded across the long history of sleep medicine. You are being taken care of by a century of science. Rest in that. Close your eyes and imagine the ocean at night. Not the surface of it, not the waves catching moonlight, but the ocean itself, deep and dark and vast. Its creatures moving through the dark, water in patterns shaped by 3.5 billion years of evolution. Somewhere in that darkness, a dolphin is sleeping, but not the way you sleep. The dolphin cannot sleep the way you sleep, because the dolphin must breathe, and breathing requires a conscious decision to rise to the surface, to open its blowhole, to exchange the spent air of its lungs for the fresh air of the world above. A dolphin that fell into the kind of deep, all-encompassing unconsciousness that you are perhaps approaching right now, that surrendered both hemispheres of its brain to the quiet of sleep simultaneously, would sink. It would drown, and so the dolphin, through the long process of evolution, found another way. One half of the dolphin's brain sleeps at a time. The right hemisphere drops into the slow waves of deep sleep, its neurons quieting, its EEG producing the characteristic delta activity of the deeply resting brain, and the left hemisphere remains awake, maintaining awareness, monitoring the ocean around the animal, directing the slow swimming movements that keep the dolphin near the surface, waiting for the moment when the blowhole needs to open and the breath needs to be taken. Then, after a period of perhaps 1 to 2 hours, the hemispheres switch. The left hemisphere sleeps, and the right hemisphere takes over the watch. This is called unihemispheric slow wave sleep, and it is one of the most beautiful adaptations in the entire catalog of animal biology. The dolphin is asleep and awake at the same time, resting half of its brain, while the other half tends to the business of staying alive in the ocean. The eye connected to the sleeping hemisphere is closed. The eye connected to the waking hemisphere is open, scanning the water, alert to the movements of other creatures, keeping its patient and steady watch. bottlenose dolphins, harbor porpoises, Amazon river dolphins, belugas, pilot whales, and several species of seals all show this remarkable capacity for divided sleep in fully aquatic cetaceans. The whales and dolphins' unihemispheric sleep accounts for essentially all of their sleeping time, as the need to breathe makes bilateral sleep almost impossible for extended periods. In seals, the picture is more flexible. Seals can sleep bilaterally when they haul themselves out onto land or ice, surrendering both hemispheres at once to the generous unconsciousness that full sleep provides. But in the water, the unihemispheric mode takes over, the brain dividing its vigilance and its rest as neatly as if it had two separate owners. Birds, too, have discovered the value of sleeping with one eye open. Studies of bird sleep have revealed that many species can engage in unihemispheric slow wave sleep, keeping one hemisphere alert and its corresponding eye open while the other hemisphere rests. A mallard duck sitting at the edge of a sleeping group will orient the open eye outward toward the direction from which predators are most likely to approach, while the ducks in the interior of the group, safer from attack, sleep with both hemispheres at once. The bird on watch is doing something that would seem extraordinary if we encountered it in a human being. Sleeping with the right hemisphere while the left remains fully conscious, able to respond to a threat within fractions of a second. Some birds can sleep while flying. The alpine swift, a bird that spends almost its entire life aloft, has been tracked by researchers using tiny data loggers that record movement and magnetic field orientation. And the data suggest that these birds can remain airborne for months at a time, feeding on insects caught in the air and sleeping on the wing. Exactly how they do this is still being investigated, but the leading hypothesis involves precisely the kind of unihemispheric sleep that dolphins and ducks employ. The bird resting one hemisphere at a time, while the other maintains the aerodynamic awareness and the subtle continuous adjustments of wing and tail that keep it aloft in the moving air. The existence of unihemispheric sleep in both marine mammals and birds is one of the more striking examples of convergent evolution in biology. Two very different lineages arriving independently at the same elegant solution to the same problem. How do you sleep when you cannot afford to be fully unconscious? You divide the task. You put half of yourself to rest while the other half keeps watch, then rotate. The solution is the same in the dolphin and the duck, arrived at separately across tens of millions of years of evolutionary time. The fish have their own version of the story, and it is a particularly ancient one. Stanford researchers studying zebrafish, those small striped freshwater fish that have become one of the most important model organisms in neuroscience, discovered in 2019 that fish sleep in ways that are neurologically analogous to mammalian sleep. The sleeping zebrafish displays periods of deep, quiet rest that correspond to slow wave sleep, and periods of more active rest with rapid eye movements that correspond to REM sleep. The two sleep states alternate in the zebrafish brain, just as they alternate in the human brain, following a cyclical architecture that suggests the basic organization of vertebrate sleep was already in place at least 450 million years ago, before the ancestors of fish and mammals had gone their separate ways. This finding was remarkable in its implications. If fish sleep in stages that resemble NREM and REM, then the neural machinery for these two fundamental sleep states did not evolve independently in reptiles and birds and mammals. It is ancient, deep, conserved across the vertebrate lineage with the same stubborn fidelity that evolution reserves for its most essential inventions. Sleep stages, in other words, are not a mammalian novelty. They are a vertebrate inheritance, hundreds of millions of years old, present in creatures so different from us in almost every other way that their nervous systems seem barely comparable. And it does not stop with vertebrates. Invertebrates sleep too. The humble fruit fly, Drosophila melanogaster, the tiny insect that geneticists have studied for over a century because of the remarkable accessibility of its genome, shows sleep-like states that have all the defining behavioral characteristics of sleep. It becomes relatively immobile at certain times of day. It becomes harder to arouse during these rest periods. If it is deprived of rest, it shows a rebound, spending more time in the resting state when allowed to recover. As if paying back a debt, the genes that regulate these rest states in the fruit fly are related to the genes that regulate circadian rhythms in mammals. And some of the molecular mechanisms are homologous, built from the same biological components that the common ancestor of flies and humans possessed before their lineages diverged 600 million years ago. Even simpler creatures show rest-like states that bear the hallmarks of sleep. The roundworm Chinorhabditis elegans, a creature so simple that its entire nervous system consists of only 302 neurons, shows periods of behavioral quiescence during its development that have sleep-like properties, including reduced responsiveness to stimuli and a homeostatic rebound when the quiescence is disrupted. The sea slug aplysia, that large marine gastropod beloved of neuroscientists for its simple and accessible nervous system, shows rest states that follow a circadian pattern and produce characteristic changes in responsiveness that parallel what is seen in sleeping mammals. The picture that emerges from all of this, from the dolphins and the ducks and the zebrafish and the fruit flies and the roundworms, is one of the most profound in all of biology. Sleep is not a human invention. It is not even a mammalian invention. It is an ancient, conserved, and apparently universal feature of animal life, something that evolution has maintained across 600 million years and across the entire breadth of the animal kingdom. Why? What is sleep doing that is so important, so fundamental, so irreplaceable, that natural selection has preserved it across this vast span of time and diversity? Why can no animal, from the simplest roundworm to the most complex primate, simply do without it? The answers to these questions are still being assembled by researchers around the world, piece by patient piece, memory consolidation, cellular restoration, synaptic homeostasis, waste clearance, immune function. The entire catalog of sleep's functions that we have explored together in earlier sections of our journey. All of these are likely part of the answer, but the full answer, the complete account of why every animal that has ever evolved a nervous system has also evolved a need for sleep, is not yet in hand. What we can say with confidence is this: sleep is not a vulnerability. It is not an unfortunate necessity, a period of dangerous unconsciousness that evolution has not yet found a way to eliminate. It is a positive and active biological state, something that the body and brain go to deliberately, something that confers benefits so large and so fundamental that no amount of evolutionary pressure to stay awake has ever succeeded in eliminating it. From the roundworm to the dolphin, from the zebrafish to the alpine swift, life sleeps. And in sleeping, life is renewed. Right now, in the dark, in the quiet of this night, you are participating in one of the most ancient rituals in the history of life on Earth. You are doing what every animal with a nervous system does, what every creature that feels and perceives and moves through the world must do, what evolution has been building toward and maintaining and refining for 600 million years. You are sleeping, and in every cell of your body, in every quiet synapse, and every slow, restoring heartbeat, the ancient wisdom of that process is at work. Before you were born, you were already sleeping. In the warm dark of the womb, beginning around the 26th to 28th week of gestation, the developing brain began to organize its activity into recognizable sleep-like states. The earliest form of what would become REM sleep appeared first. The active, electrically busy state in which the developing brain generated its own internal stimulation, its own internal experience. Then quieter states emerged alongside it, the precursors of the slow wave sleep that would deepen and enrich as the brain grew. By the time a baby is born at full term, the sleep cycle is already established, cycling between its active and quiet phases with a rhythm that is recognizably, unmistakably the same architecture that will shape the nights of the entire life to come. But it is shaped very differently in the newborn than it will be in the adult. And tracing the transformation of sleep from birth to old age is one of the most illuminating journeys in all of developmental biology. A newborn baby sleeps between 16 and 18 hours out of every 24. This seems extravagant, and by adult standards it is. But the newborn brain is engaged in work of an urgency and a scale that dwarfs almost anything the adult brain is asked to do. It is building itself. The human brain at birth is roughly 1/4 of its adult volume. In the months and years that follow, it will grow enormously, not primarily by adding new neurons, whose number is largely fixed at birth, but by forming synaptic connections between the neurons it has. Billions of connections, formed and pruned and refined and strengthened in a process of biological sculpting that is the most complex developmental feat in the known universe. And sleep, particularly REM sleep, is one of the primary drivers of this process. A newborn baby spends roughly 50% of its sleeping time in REM sleep, compared to 20% or so in a healthy adult for a baby sleeping 16 hours a day. This means roughly 8 hours of every 24 spent in the vivid, electrically active state of REM, the state in which the brain generates its own internal experience without input from the outside world. This is an enormous investment of biological time in a state that the adult brain visits relatively briefly each night. And the reason for this investment is now reasonably well understood. The developing brain needs activity to develop. The visual cortex needs to practice processing visual information. The auditory cortex needs to practice processing sound. The motor cortex needs to practice generating movement. The hippocampus needs to practice forming and consolidating memories. But the newborn, for much of each day, is simply asleep. The world is not delivering the sensory experiences the brain needs for its development at the rate the development requires. And so the brain, during REM sleep, generates its own activity, its own internal rehearsal of the neural patterns that waking experience will eventually deliver. The sleeping infant is, in a very real sense, practicing being awake. Its busy, active REM sleep is the brain running its own developmental program, building the architecture of perception and memory and emotion from the inside out. Premature infants spend even more time in this state. A baby born 8 weeks early spends roughly 80% of its sleeping time in REM sleep, a figure that speaks eloquently to the developmental urgency of this state in the early weeks of brain formation. As the months pass and the first year of life unfolds, the architecture of sleep begins its long, gradual transformation toward the adult pattern. The proportion of time spent in REM sleep decreases. The NREM stages differentiate and deepen. The sleep spindles of stage 2 begin to appear, their density increasing through the first months of life as the thalamocortical circuits that generate them mature. The circadian clock comes online, and by around 3 to 4 months of age, most infants begin to consolidate their sleep into a longer overnight period. The shift that parents everywhere await with exhausted hope. By around the age of 2, the sleep cycle has lengthened from the roughly 50 minutes of the infant to something approaching the 90-minute cycle of the adult. And the proportion of REM sleep has fallen toward the adult range. The child still sleeps more than the adult, still needs the extra hours that the developing brain demands. But the basic architecture is now recognizable. The same sequence of NREM and REM cycling through the night that will characterize sleep for the rest of the lifespan. In the childhood years, from about 3 to 12, sleep is at its richest and deepest. Children spend approximately 50% of their night in slow wave sleep. That deep delta wave stage of maximum physical restoration and maximum growth hormone release. This is the biological underpinning of childhood growth. The nightly pulse of repair and development that accompanies the rapid physical changes of the growing years. It is also why children, when they are truly ill, sleep so much. The body knows that the healing it needs happens most efficiently in the deep stages of sleep, and it reaches for them with an urgency that overrides almost everything else. Children also have an extraordinary resilience of sleep, a capacity to fall asleep almost anywhere, under almost any circumstances, to sleep deeply and without fragmentation, to wake in the morning with an energy that adults observe with a mixture of admiration and mild despair. This resilience reflects the combination of a robust sleep drive, a deep need for sleep that accumulates quickly during waking hours, and a circadian system that is still closely aligned with the natural light-dark cycle, not yet subject to the social and technological forces that will eventually push it off its natural timing. And then comes adolescence, and one of the most dramatic shifts in sleep biology that the lifespan contains. During puberty, the circadian clock shifts, not slightly, not incrementally, but substantially. The timing of the internal clock moves later, pushing the body's natural sleep time from the relatively early evening hours of childhood toward what can feel to adolescents and their exhausted parents alike like an unreasonable preference for staying up until midnight or later and sleeping until mid-morning if allowed. This shift is not a preference or a failure of discipline. It is a biological reality, a genuine change in the timing of the circadian system that is driven by the hormonal changes of puberty, and that has been documented in adolescence across multiple cultures and multiple research traditions. The problem is that society does not generally accommodate this biological reality. School start times in most countries require adolescents to be awake and functioning at hours that fall, for many of them, squarely in the middle of their biological night. The result is a chronic mismatch between the sleep the developing brain needs and the sleep the social schedule allows. A mismatch that public health researchers have documented with increasing concern, and that a growing number of schools and communities have begun to address by moving school start times later. The sleep of young adulthood in the 20s and early 30s represents the peak of adult sleep capacity. The slow wave sleep of these years is rich and deep. The REM periods are long and vivid. The sleep drive is strong. The recovery from sleep deprivation is rapid. The whole system is at the height of its mature function. And then, beginning in middle age and continuing through the later decades, sleep begins its long, gradual transformation toward the lighter, more fragmented pattern of old age. The most striking change is the decline of slow wave sleep. Between the ages of 20 and 60, the amount of slow wave sleep decreases by approximately 75%. The great delta waves of deep sleep become smaller in amplitude and shorter in duration. The descent into the deepest stages of NREM becomes shallower with each passing decade. And for some older adults, the deepest stages virtually disappear, replaced by the lighter sleep of stages 1 and 2. The threshold for arousal falls. The older brain more easily disturbed by sounds and temperature changes, and the small discomforts that youth navigated without waking. Alongside this decline in deep sleep, growth hormone secretion during sleep falls by roughly 80% between the ages of 20 and 60. A change that is both a consequence of the reduced slow wave sleep and a contributor to the slower physical recovery and the greater sense of bodily tiredness that many older adults experience. REM sleep also declines with age, though less dramatically than slow wave sleep, falling from about 25% of total sleep time in young adulthood to about 18% in older adults. The circadian clock also shifts again in older age, this time moving earlier rather than later. The pattern of early rising and early fatigue that many older people experience is not simply a preference or a habit. It is the biological clock running earlier. The timing of melatonin release and body temperature moving to an earlier phase. whole circadian system shifting its schedule in the direction of the morning. The result, combined with the reduced sleep drive and the increased fragmentation of sleep, is the pattern that is so common in older adults. Early to bed, early to wake, with frequent awakenings through the night, and a sense that sleep has become lighter and less restorative than it once was. None of this is inevitable in the sense of being irreversible or beyond influence. Sleep hygiene practices, regular exercise, careful management of light exposure, and in some cases, clinical intervention can meaningfully improve sleep quality in older adults, helping to preserve the slow wave sleep and the restorative depth that the aging brain still needs and benefits from, even as its capacity to generate them naturally declines. What the entire lifespan arc of sleep reveals, from the womb to old age, is that sleep is not a fixed and static thing. It is alive, responsive, dynamic, changing constantly as the needs of the brain and body change, always calibrated to the moment of the life it is serving, always doing within the constraints of its current biology what it can to sustain and restore the person who depends upon it. Whatever age you are, whatever the shape of your sleep has become, it is doing what it can for you tonight. It is giving you what you need. It is serving you in the way that only sleep can serve, with the quiet, generous, ancient wisdom of the body that has always known how to rest. Let it do its work. You have always known how to sleep. You learned it before you were born. There is a street in the center of Madrid, in the early afternoon of a summer day, where the shutters are closed and the chairs are upturned on the cafe tables, and the city has gone quiet in a way that feels, to a visitor from Northern Europe or North America, almost uncanny. The traffic has thinned, the voices have stilled. The narrow streets that were busy with life an hour ago are now shadowed and hushed, the buildings leaning toward each other overhead, as if sharing a confidence. And behind the closed shutters, in the darkened rooms of the apartments above the empty street, the city is sleeping. This is the siesta, and it is one of the most ancient and most persistent of all the world's cultural accommodations to the biology of rest, the Spanish tradition of the midday nap has roots that stretch back thousands of years, well before Spain was Spain, to the agricultural communities of the Mediterranean world who organized their days around the realities of climate and physiology. In the heat of a Mediterranean summer, the middle of the day was simply too hot for comfortable outdoor work. The sun hammered down. The air shimmered. The sensible thing, and the thing that the body inclined toward anyway in the mild drowsiness that follows a midday meal, was to retreat into the shade and rest for a while before the cooler hours of the late afternoon allowed work to resume. The word siesta comes from the Latin sexta, meaning the 6th hour of the day. In the Roman system of counting time, the 6th hour was noon, the midpoint of the daylit hours. The siesta was, at its origin, a rest at the 6th hour, a pause in the middle of the day that the whole organization of Mediterranean life was built to accommodate. Businesses closed. Churches observed their own midday quiet. Families gathered for a meal and then dispersed to their beds or their chairs for the hours of the afternoon heat. The tradition spread with the cultures that practiced it. In the countries of Latin America that were colonized by Spain, the siesta traveled across the Atlantic and took root in climates that were, in many cases, even hotter than the Iberian Peninsula. In Mexico and Argentina, in Venezuela and Colombia, the afternoon rest became embedded in the rhythms of daily life with the same naturalness that it had in Spain. A pause built into the day as expected and as ordinary as meals. Modern life has eroded the traditional siesta in many places. The global economy runs on schedules that do not pause for afternoon naps. Office work in air-conditioned buildings eliminates the climatic justification for midday rest and the extending of the working day that results from a 2-hour lunch break, pushing the end of the business day into the early evening, has made the siesta increasingly impractical for many working people. In Spain itself, the traditional 2-hour siesta has contracted significantly in urban areas, replaced in many workplaces by shorter lunch breaks and earlier finishes that align more closely with Northern European and American working patterns, and yet the biology of the siesta remains. Research has consistently shown that most people experience a dip in alertness and a mild increase in sleepiness in the early to mid-afternoon, roughly 7 to 8 hours after waking. This post-lunch dip, as it is sometimes called, is not simply the consequence of eating a large midday meal. It is a feature of the circadian system, a gentle secondary trough in the rhythm of alertness that is present even in people who have not eaten, even in people who are not in Mediterranean climates, even in people who have never in their lives observed anything like a siesta. The biology that the siesta evolved to serve is universal. Science has vindicated the siesta-taking cultures in another way too. Studies of napping have consistently shown that a brief afternoon nap of 10 to 20 minutes produces measurable improvements in alertness, cognitive performance, mood, and reaction time in the hours that follow. These benefits are modest in absolute terms, but they are real, consistent, and reproducible. And they have prompted a growing number of organizations, particularly in the technology sector, to provide napping facilities for employees and to formally accommodate the kind of brief midday rest that Mediterranean cultures institutionalized long ago. On the other side of the world, a very different cultural accommodation to the need for rest has developed over a very long time in Japan. It is called inemuri, which translates approximately as sleeping while present or sleeping on duty, and it describes the practice of taking brief, unannounced naps in public or professional settings, on the train to work, in a meeting, at a desk, in a classroom. What makes inemuri remarkable is not simply that it happens. It happens in many places, but the way it is culturally interpreted. In most Western contexts, falling asleep in a meeting or at a desk would be read as a sign of disengagement, laziness, or disrespect. In Japan, it is read as a sign of diligence. The logic of inamuri, as cultural anthropologists have described it, runs something like this. A person who falls asleep during a meeting or on a commute is someone who has been working so hard, giving so much of themselves to their obligations, that their body has insisted on rest, even in a moment when rest is not scheduled. The sleep is evidence of effort. It demonstrates commitment. The person may be briefly unconscious, but they have not withdrawn from their social obligations. They are still present, still technically available, simply resting for a moment within the social fabric that continues around them. Inamuri is practiced with its own etiquette. The napper typically remains in an upright or semi-upright posture rather than lying down, maintaining the social form of presence even while surrendering consciousness briefly. Others around the napper generally do not disturb them, recognizing the rest as legitimate and allowing it without comment. When the napper wakes, they simply resume their previous activities as if nothing has happened. And in the social world of inamuri, nothing has. Japan also presents one of the more striking contemporary examples of a society whose cultural attitudes toward sleep and work have produced a measurable public health consequence. Japanese adults average among the shortest sleep durations of any developed nation, with studies placing average nightly sleep at around 6 hours and 22 minutes. The combination of long working hours, long commutes, and a cultural framework that associates sleep with weakness and work with virtue has produced a nation with a significant chronic sleep deficit, a fact that Japanese public health authorities have increasingly recognized and begun to address. In the Scandinavian countries, a very different cultural relationship with rest and the outdoors has produced one of the more charming sleep traditions in the world. In Norway, Sweden, Denmark, and Finland, it is common practice for parents to put infants outside for their daytime naps. Even in cold weather, temperatures well below freezing do not deter this practice. Babies bundled warmly in their prams are left on balconies, in gardens, and outside cafes, sleeping in the fresh outdoor their parents sit nearby, or conduct ordinary daily activities within sight of the sleeping child. The belief underlying this practice is that outdoor air, even cold outdoor air, promotes deeper and more restful sleep and contributes to the development of healthy lungs and immune systems. In the cultural attitudes of the industrialized West, and particularly in the United States, sleep has had a complicated and sometimes adversarial relationship with the values of productivity and achievement. The Protestant work ethic, which linked the diligent use of time with moral virtue and spiritual worthiness, created a cultural framework in which sleep, and especially the nap, was easily assimilated to the category of laziness and waste. Time spent sleeping was time subtracted from the productive day, and the person who slept more than strictly necessary was suspected of a kind of moral laxity, an insufficient dedication to the serious business of earning one's place in the world. This attitude intensified through the Industrial Revolution as the factory system reorganized daily life around the clock and the machine. Work hours were long, rest was minimal, and the pace of the mill and the factory left no room for the gentle accommodation to biological rhythm that the traditional siesta represented. Sleep was compressed into the hours strictly necessary for the worker to be functional, and no more. The idea that sleep might itself be productive, that the hours of rest were not lost time, but the very hours during which the body rebuilt the capacity for another day of work, was not part of the cultural framework of industrial capitalism. This cultural inheritance runs deep in Western attitudes towards sleep, even today. There is a persistent admiration for those who claim to need very little sleep, a tacit suggestion that minimal sleep requirements are a sign of superior vitality or exceptional drive. There is an unease about confessing to needing a full 8 hours that has no equivalent in confessing to needing regular meals. Sleep deprivation is sometimes worn as a badge of commitment, a demonstration that the wearer is too serious about their work to waste time resting. The science of sleep has been quietly dismantling this attitude for decades, replacing it with a growing understanding that adequate sleep is not a luxury or an indulgence, but the foundation on which all other performance, creativity, health, and well-being is built. The cultures that never abandoned their siestas, that institutionalized the midday rest into the architecture of daily life, were not indulging a weakness. They were accommodating a strength, the ancient biological wisdom that the body replenishes itself better when given regular intervals of rest, that the divided day of work and rest and work again is not less productive than the single uninterrupted push, but more. Wherever you are in the world, whatever culture shaped your relationship with sleep, tonight the biology speaks its simple and universal truth. Every culture that has ever existed has had its sleepers. Every civilization that has ever risen has rested. The night belongs to all of us, equally and without exception, and what it offers is the same gift in every language and every latitude. Rest, simply, completely, and without apology. The whole world is sleeping with you. We have traveled a long way together, from the fragrant stone chambers of the ancient Egyptian dream temples, through the sunlit gardens of Greek philosophy, through the candlelit rooms of the scientific revolution, through the quiet laboratories where the first brainwave recordings traced the sleeping mind's electrical language on slowly unrolling paper. We have watched the field of sleep science gather itself from scattered individual discoveries into a recognized medical specialty, complete with its own journals and its training programs and its thousands of clinics around the world. We have explored the circadian clock and the glymphatic system, the staging of sleep and the revolution of REM, the dreams and the memory consolidation, and the restorative chemistry of the resting body. And now we arrive at the present moment, the frontier, the place where the story that began so long ago is still being actively written by researchers who are working tonight, right now, in laboratories lit by the soft blue light of their monitors, watching sleeping subjects and reading the outputs of instruments that would have seemed not merely advanced, but essentially magical to Nathaniel Clayton, let alone to Hans Berger, let alone to Aristotle. Modern sleep science is a field in the middle of a revolution, not a single dramatic revolution of the kind that REM sleep represented in 1953, but a broader and more sustained transformation, driven by new instruments, new techniques, and new conceptual frameworks that are reshaping the understanding of sleep at every level simultaneously, from the molecule to the whole human being to the entire society. Let us begin at the smallest level, the level of the gene, and move outward from there. The molecular genetics of sleep has been one of the most active and most surprising areas of sleep research in the past 2 decades. We learned in our section on the circadian clock about the discovery of the clock genes, the period and timeless genes, and their molecular feedback loop, and the Nobel Prize in 2017 that recognized that work. But the genetics of sleep extends far beyond the circadian clock itself, into the harder and stranger question of why different people seem to need different amounts of sleep, and why some individuals can apparently function well on amounts of sleep that would leave most people profoundly impaired. These individuals are called natural short sleepers, and they have been a puzzle and a fascination for sleep researchers since the phenomenon was first carefully documented. Natural short sleepers are people who habitually sleep between 4 and 6 hours a night, wake without an alarm, feeling genuinely refreshed, and show no cognitive impairment, no mood disturbance, no metabolic consequence. None of the signs of sleep deprivation that the same amount of sleep would produce in an ordinary sleeper. They are not suppressing their need for sleep through caffeine or willpower. They simply, apparently, need less. A research team led by Yinghui Fu at the University of California, San Francisco, began investigating these individuals in the early 2000s, and over the following decades, they identified a series of rare genetic mutations that appear to confer the natural short sleep phenotype. The first mutation they found was in a gene called DEC2, one of the components of the circadian clock's molecular machinery. Carriers of the DEC2 mutation slept significantly less than non-carriers and showed no signs of the cognitive impairment that would ordinarily accompany that amount of sleep. Since then, further mutations have been identified in other genes, including one called ADRB1 and another called NPSR1, each carried by different families of natural short sleepers, and each appearing to short sleep duration without the usual penalties. What do these mutations tell us? They tell us that the duration of sleep is, at least in part, under genetic control, that the 8-hour norm is a norm rather than an absolute, and that the mechanisms determining how much sleep a particular brain needs are molecular and specific, written into the genome in ways that vary from person to person. They raise the possibility, still distant but conceptually important, that a deep enough understanding of the molecular mechanisms of sleep might eventually allow those mechanisms to be modified, shifting sleep duration or sleep quality in ways that could benefit the many people whose sleep is inadequate or disordered beyond genetics. The imaging tools available to modern sleep researchers have transformed what can be seen of the sleeping brain in ways that would have seemed inconceivable just a generation ago. High-density electroencephalography, using arrays of 128 or even 256 electrodes, rather than the handful used in clinical polysomnography, can now map the electrical activity of the sleeping brain with a spatial resolution that allows researchers to see not just that slow waves are occurring, but exactly where in the cortex they originate, how they travel across the brain's surface, which regions participate most strongly in the cycling of up and down states during deep sleep. These maps have revealed that slow wave sleep is not uniform across the cortex. Different regions participate in different amounts, with the frontal areas typically producing the strongest slow waves and showing the most dramatic decline with age, a finding that helps explain the memory difficulties that older adults often experience functional magnetic resonance imaging, or fMRI, which measures changes in blood flow as a proxy for neural activity, has been adapted for use during sleep despite the considerable technical challenges of imaging a moving, breathing person lying inside a powerful magnet. The resulting images of the sleeping brain in action have confirmed and extended what the EEG revealed, showing that different brain regions activate and deactivate in a complex choreography that varies systematically across the sleep stages. During deep, slow-wave sleep, the thalamus and much of the cortex are less active than during waking, but certain regions, including those involved in memory consolidation, are specifically and purposefully engaged. During REM sleep, the pattern reverses, with visual and emotional processing regions lighting up, while the dorsolateral prefrontal cortex, home of rational evaluation and executive control, remains quiet. Combined fMRI and EEG recordings, capturing both the spatial resolution of the imaging and the temporal precision of the electrical recording simultaneously, have allowed researchers to link specific brainwave events to specific patterns of brain activation, connecting the electrical language of the sleeping brain to its anatomical geography in ways that neither technique alone could reveal. The sleep spindle, for instance, has now been mapped to a circuit involving the thalamus and specific regions of the cortex. The activity traveling between them during each spindle event in a pattern that appears to be the mechanism of the memory transfer that spindles perform. Optogenetics, perhaps the most powerful new tool to enter neuroscience in the past 2 decades, has brought a precision to the study of sleep circuits that no previous technique could approach. By inserting light-sensitive proteins into specific populations of neurons, and then using precisely targeted pulses of light to activate or silence those neurons. Researchers can now dissect the sleep-wake circuit with a resolution that reaches down to the level of individual defined cell types, the specific neurons that promote waking, the specific neurons that promote NREM sleep, the specific neurons that trigger the transition into REM, the orexin neurons whose loss causes narcolepsy. All of these have now been identified and characterized using optogenetic methods, their roles confirmed not merely by observing their activity during natural sleep, but by directly manipulating them and watching what happens. This level of circuit level precision is opening entirely new questions about the organization of sleep. Researchers are finding that the sleep-wake circuit is far more complex than earlier models suggested, that it is not a simple toggle between sleep and waking, but a layered system of multiple interacting populations of neurons, each contributing to the regulation of sleep in ways that are only beginning to be understood. Some of these neuronal populations are being discovered for the first time, identified by the optogenetic characterization of what happens when they are activated or silenced in sleeping animals. At the same time, the study of sleep at the population level, the large-scale epidemiology of how societies sleep and how sleep patterns relate to health and disease, has been transformed by the advent of wearable devices and the collection of large-scale data. Hundreds of thousands of people now wear devices that track their sleep every night. And this data, aggregated and analyzed, has given researchers a view of human sleep in its natural setting, in real homes and real lives, rather than in the artificial environment of the laboratory, at a scale that was previously impossible. What this data has revealed is both illuminating and sobering. Sleep duration has declined across the developed world over the past century, a decline that accelerated with the spread of electric lighting and has continued with the addition of television, the internet, and the smartphone to the technological environment of the bedroom. The average adult in the United States sleeps approximately 6 hours and 50 minutes per night, well below the 7 to 9 hours that the science suggests is needed for optimal health and function. Rates of clinical insomnia are high and rising. The relationship between insufficient sleep and the risk of a wide range of chronic diseases, from cardiovascular disease to type 2 diabetes to neurodegenerative conditions, is now established with a clarity and a consistency that has prompted major public health organizations to treat sleep deprivation as a significant population-level health concern. The brain imaging data is telling its own story. Studies using MRI to assess brain health in large populations have found that both too little sleep and too much sleep are associated with markers of poor brain health visible on brain scans. Changes in white matter, in cortical thickness, in the architecture of the brain's large-scale networks that are associated with increased risk of stroke, dementia, and cognitive decline. Sleep duration, it turns out, is one of the most powerful predictors of brain health available to researchers. More powerful in some analyses than many of the risk factors that have historically received more clinical attention. And yet the news is not only cautionary. Modern sleep science is also producing an understanding of sleep that is, in the most genuine sense, good news. The brain is plastic. The body is responsive. The consequences of poor sleep, while real and significant, are not irreversible for most people. The restoration that sleep provides is available to anyone who creates the conditions for it. Anyone who gives the night what it needs. Anyone who lies down in the quiet and the dark and allows the ancient, patient, extraordinary process of sleep to do its work. That is what is happening right now. Not in a laboratory, not in a theoretical future, but here, in this moment, in your body and your brain, as the night progresses and the cycles turn and the glymphatic system runs its quiet rivers through the tissues of your sleeping mind. The science is watching over you from a great distance and with enormous care. All those centuries of curiosity, all those nights in laboratories, all those strips of paper covered in the careful handwriting of the sleeping brain, they have been building toward this understanding that what you are doing right now is among the most important things you ever do. Sleep well. You are in the best of hands. Imagine for a moment that you are a researcher in a sleep laboratory sometime in the not too distant future. The room is quiet. On the bed, a volunteer is sleeping, wired to sensors that are measuring not just the electrical activity of the brain and the movements of the eyes, but the chemistry of the blood, the activity of the immune system, the temperature of the skin at a dozen different points on the body, the oxygen saturation of the tissues, the pattern of breathing at a resolution that captures every subtle variation in depth and timing. A wearable device no larger than a ring on the volunteer's finger is adding its own stream of data, tracking movement and heart rate variability and skin conductance through the night. And somewhere in the background, a system trained on the sleep recordings of hundreds of thousands of people is reading all of this data in real time, recognizing patterns, comparing them to the population baseline, identifying the particular signature of this individual's sleep with a precision that no human clinician could match alone. The system knows exactly where the volunteer is in their sleep cycle. It knows how much slow wave sleep has occurred, how the sleep spindles have been distributed through the night, how the REM periods have compared in length and intensity to previous nights, and if the system detects that something is not quite right, that the slow waves are less deep than they should be, that a period of restorative deep sleep is passing without producing the full benefit that the brain needs, it can act. A pair of electrodes on the volunteer's forehead delivers a barely perceptible electrical pulse, precisely timed to the peak of the ongoing slow oscillation, amplifying the wave, deepening it, coaxing the sleeping brain toward a fuller and more restorative depth of slow wave sleep than it would have reached on its own. This is not science fiction. It is science in progress, and some of it is already science in practice. The technology of closed-loop neurostimulation during sleep, in which a device reads the brain's ongoing electrical activity and delivers precisely timed stimulation to enhance or modify specific sleep oscillations, has been demonstrated in laboratory settings with results that are genuinely exciting. Acoustic stimulation, brief pulses of pink noise or pure tones delivered through headphones at the peak of the slow oscillation has been shown to increase the amplitude of slow waves and improve performance on memory tests the following morning. Transcranial direct current stimulation, a very gentle electrical current applied through electrodes on the scalp, has been used to enhance slow wave activity during sleep in ways that appear to benefit memory consolidation. Transcranial magnetic stimulation, a technique that uses rapidly changing magnetic fields to induce electrical currents in the cortex, has been applied during sleep to selectively boost or suppress specific sleep oscillations. All of these approaches are still in the research phase for most applications, still being refined, still having their safety and efficacy established across larger and more diverse populations. But the direction of travel is clear. The future of sleep medicine includes the possibility of not merely measuring sleep, but actively and precisely shaping it, nudging the sleeping brain toward the depths and the rhythms that it most needs, compensating for the deficits that aging or illness or circumstance have created, and delivering more of the restoration that the night can provide than the brain might produce unaided. The genetics of sleep, which we explored in our previous section, is also pointing toward futures that are still largely theoretical, but becoming less so with each passing year as the specific mutations that confer natural short sleep are better understood, as the molecular mechanisms they disrupt are traced with increasing precision through the sleep-wake circuitry of the brain. The question inevitably arises of whether those mechanisms could eventually be targeted pharmacologically, not in the crude way that sleeping pills have always worked, by broadly sedating the nervous system and producing a state that resembles sleep in duration, but not always in architecture or restorative quality, but in a more targeted and physiologically intelligent way, enhancing specific aspects of sleep, addressing specific deficits with the precision that understanding the molecular mechanisms makes possible. This vision of pharmacological sleep enhancement drugs that specifically deepen slow wave sleep or specifically extend REM or specifically accelerate memory consolidation during sleep is still distant. The complexity of the sleep-wake circuit, the multiple interacting systems that must be simultaneously regulated for healthy sleep to occur, makes targeted intervention enormously difficult. But the discovery of natural short sleeper mutations and the growing catalog of sleep-relevant genes are providing the molecular targets that such interventions would need. The roadmap exists, even if the journey along it will take decades. Chronotherapy, the application of circadian biology to medicine and treatment, is a field that is already producing practical benefits and will produce many more as its principles become more widely integrated into clinical practice. The basic insight of chronotherapy is that the body is not the same at all times of day, that the effectiveness and the side effects of drugs vary with the time of administration relative to the circadian clock, and that the timing of medical treatments can be optimized to maximize their benefits and minimize their costs for cancer treatment. This insight has already produced meaningful results. Studies have found that the cytotoxicity of certain chemotherapy agents toward cancer cells varies by up to 50%, depending on the time of day at which they are administered, with the timing that is most toxic to cancer cells often being less toxic to healthy cells. Administering these drugs at the right circadian time could, in principle, allow the same therapeutic effect to be achieved with less harm to the patient. Similar considerations apply to cardiovascular medications, to immune modulating treatments, to the timing of surgical procedures, and the management of recovery. The circadian dimension of medicine is vast and mostly unexplored. And as chronobiology continues to develop the tools to characterize individual circadian phenotypes with precision, personalized chronotherapy, treatment timed to the individual's specific biological clock, is becoming a realistic prospect. The wearable revolution is already changing the relationship between individuals and their sleep in ways that are simultaneously empowering and complex. Devices that track sleep duration, estimated sleep stages, heart rate variability, blood oxygen levels, and a growing range of other physiological parameters through the night are now worn by tens of millions of people around the world, generating a continuous stream of personal health data that would have been inconceivable to collect just a decade ago. The population level picture of human sleep that this data is creating is, as we touched on in our previous section, illuminating in its scale and in the patterns it reveals. The personal picture is more complicated. Sleep tracking can be a genuinely useful tool for identifying patterns, for recognizing the effects of lifestyle choices on sleep quality, for detecting early signs of illness or overtraining in athletes, for providing the kind of objective feedback about sleep that subjective impression notoriously fails to deliver. But for some people, the awareness of their own sleep data creates a new source of anxiety, a preoccupation with the numbers on the screen that paradoxically makes sleep more difficult, a condition that researchers have started calling orthosomnia, a perfectionism about sleep that interferes with the very thing it is trying to optimize. The future of sleep technology will need to navigate this complexity, finding ways to give people genuinely useful information about their sleep without creating the kind of hypervigilant attention to sleep that undermines its natural, effortless quality. Sleep at its best is something that simply happens. The best sleep hygiene advice in the world ultimately points in the same direction. Create the conditions, then step aside and let the body do what it knows how to do. Artificial intelligence is entering the field of sleep medicine with a speed and a breadth that is transforming every aspect of it. AI systems trained on thousands of polysomnographic recordings can now score sleep stages with accuracy that matches or exceeds that of expert human scorers. A task that previously required a trained sleep technologist to review every page of an overnight recording manually. The same systems are being trained to detect sleep disorders from recordings to predict the effectiveness of different treatments for individual patients, to identify subtle patterns in sleep data that precede clinical deterioration in conditions ranging from epilepsy to Parkinson's disease. In research settings, AI is making it possible to extract meaning from datasets of a size and complexity that human analysis could never have managed, finding the signals in the noise of thousands of simultaneous physiological channels recorded across hundreds of sleeping subjects, identifying the hidden patterns that connect specific features of sleep to specific aspects of health and cognition and disease. The pace of discovery in sleep science is accelerating in direct proportion to the power of the analytical tools being brought to bear on the data, and the discoveries being made are increasingly granular, increasingly precise, increasingly personal in their implications. Where does this leave us? At the edge of this extraordinary moment in the long history of human understanding of sleep. It leaves us here, in the dark, in the quiet, in the enduring simplicity of a body that needs to rest, and a night that is willing to hold it. All the technology and all the science, all the wearables and the genetic discoveries, and the closed-loop neurostimulators, and the artificial intelligence, all of it exists in service of this moment of lying down, of letting go, of surrendering the busy, effortful, striving self to the ancient and generous process of sleep. The future of sleep science is remarkable, and it is coming, bearing gifts of understanding and capability that we cannot yet fully imagine. But the future of your sleep is simpler and closer and already here. It is this night. It is this breath. It is the slow unclenching of the body and the quieting of the mind and the trust, old as the species, old as the first living thing that ever needed to rest, that the dark is safe and the morning will come. Sleep does not need to be engineered or optimized or tracked or improved. Not tonight. Tonight it only needs to be allowed. You have allowed it. You are here in the most ancient and the most modern of all human activities at once, resting in the dark, while the science that loves you watches gently from a distance. The story of sleep is not finished. It has been 10,000 years in the making, and it is still being written, one night at a time, one dreaming mind at a time, one slow wave moving through a cortex that is doing, in the dark, something that science is still learning to describe. Your cortex, your slow waves, your night. Let them be what they are. We have come a long way together through ancient Egypt and the fragrant stone chambers of the dream temples, through the golden light of Greece, where philosophers sat with the mystery of sleep and turned it gently in their hands, through the medieval monasteries, where monks rose in the deep of the night to pray, through the candlelit studies of the scientific revolution, where curious minds began to ask, for the first time, not what God governs sleep, but how it actually works. We have visited the quiet laboratories of the early 20th century, where Nathaniel Clayton spent decades watching sleeping subjects in the dark, building the science of sleep almost single-handedly from his laboratory in Chicago. We have witnessed the extraordinary moment when a graduate student watched his infant son's eyes flutter beneath closed lids in the middle of the night, and in following that observation to its conclusion, changed the way the human species understands its own consciousness. We have traced the discovery of the circadian clock, that tiny cluster of 20,000 neurons sitting above the crossing of the optic nerves, ticking out the rhythm of your days and your nights with a fidelity that has been running for hundreds of millions of years and will continue long after any of us is here to observe it. We have explored the sleeping brain, that most active of all resting things, busy all through the night with its waves and its spindles, its memory consolidation and its glymphatic cleaning, its emotional processing and its creative associating, its quiet, determined, extraordinary work of rebuilding the person who will wake in the morning and face the day. We have learned about the restorative chemistry of deep sleep, the growth hormone and the immune cytokines, the cellular repair and the synaptic resetting. We have followed the cycle of the night from its first tentative threshold stages through the deep slow waves of the early hours to the long, vivid dreaming of the pre-dawn hours, and back again. We have marveled at the dolphins sleeping with one hemisphere at a time in the dark ocean, at the swift sleeping on the wing far above the earth, at the zebrafish cycling through sleep states that are recognizably the same architecture that moves through your own brain tonight. 450 million years of evolutionary continuity distilled into the rhythm of a single sleeping night. We have traced sleep across the whole span of a human life, from the developing brain in the womb, spending most of its time in the active dreaming state, building itself from the inside out, through the extraordinary sleep of childhood and the disrupted circadian shift of adolescence, and the gradual softening of deep sleep in the later years. And we have stood at the frontier of what is being discovered right now, in this very decade, as the tools of modern neuroscience peer into the sleeping brain with a precision that would have seemed miraculous to the researchers of even a generation ago. The genetic mutations of the natural short sleeper, the closed-loop neurostimulators that time their gentle pulses to the peaks of the slow waves, the artificial intelligence reading the polysomnographic recordings of thousands of sleeping people, and finding in the data patterns that no human eye could discern. The future of sleep science is arriving, quietly and steadily, one discovery at a time. And through all of it, through every section of this long and gentle journey, the thing that has remained constant is the thing that is happening to you right now. You are sleeping, or you are very close to it, drifting in that soft and borderless country between waking and the dream, where the thoughts have lost their hard edges and the day has become something distant and small, and the breath is slow and the body is heavy in the most pleasant way, and there is nothing in the world that needs to be done or remembered or resolved or attended to. This is the gift. This is what all those centuries of curiosity and all those decades of careful science have been circling around, trying to understand, trying to honor, trying to protect, not the mechanisms of the glymphatic system, not the molecular feedback loop of the clock genes, not the beautiful architecture of the REM cycle. Though all of those things are genuinely wonderful, the gift is simpler than any of them and older than all of them. The gift is rest. The gift is the body's willingness every single night, without exception, to let go of the day, to release the accumulated tensions and the unresolved worries, the small irritations and the large uncertainties, all of it, and to sink into the dark with the trust of a creature that has been sleeping safely since long before it had the words to describe what sleep was. The gift is the brain's quiet competence, its certainty about what it needs to do in the night, its patient and thoroughgoing care for the person it belongs to. You do not need to understand sleep for it to work. You never did. The ancient people who lay down in their grass-lined beds beneath the open sky, who looked up at the stars and felt the heaviness come. They did not know about adenosine or slow wave oscillations or the suprachiasmatic nucleus. They knew only that the night came and the darkness came and the tiredness came, and that if they trusted those things and lay down and let themselves go, something generous and reliable would carry them through the dark and return them to the morning. That is still true. It has always been true. It will always be true. The science has added beauty to the mystery, the way a map adds beauty to a landscape you already loved. It has given us words for what was always wordless, mechanisms for what was always felt rather than understood, names for the processes that were always happening in the dark, whether or not anyone knew to name them. It has taken the ancient human sense that sleep is important, that it is not nothing but something, not absence but presence, not waste but necessity, and confirmed it at every level, from the molecular to the social, from the fruit fly to the aging human brain. But tonight, none of that is what matters most. What matters most is this: the night is long and it is yours, and you have given yourself to it with a willingness and a trust that your body recognizes and receives as the gift it is. You are safe. You are held in the dark by the same forces that have held every sleeping creature since life first learned to rest, by the same circadian rhythm that turns the Earth's biology towards sleep as reliably as the Earth itself turns toward the night, by the same ancient need and the same ancient provision that have been meeting each other night after night since the very beginning of the story we have been telling together. The dream temples of Egypt are quiet. The philosophers of Greece have long since laid down their arguments and closed their eyes. Nathaniel Clateman is at rest. Hans Berger is at rest. All the generations of the curious and the careful, all the watchers of sleeping subjects and the readers of brainwave traces and the keepers of the long patient vigil of scientific inquiry, they have done their work, and they have given us everything we need to understand and value and protect the night. Now it is your turn, not to understand, not to analyze or remember or keep track of what you have learned, but simply to receive what the night is offering, the way it has always been offered, freely and completely, to every living thing that ever needed to rest. Your breath is slow. Your body is still. The day is very far away, and the sleep that has been gathering itself around you through all these long and gentle hours is here, fully and finally and completely here, asking nothing of you except the one thing that you are already doing: letting go. Let go. The night has you. The night has always had you. And when the morning comes, as it always does, quiet and gradual and full of its own kind of light, you will have been restored by something older and wiser and more generous than anything the waking world contains. Until then, there is only this: the breathing, the dark, the deep and patient quiet of a night that knows exactly what it is doing. Sleep